while. Here, let's give you a passcode to get in.
Yeah, it does that to me all the time too.
Speaking of emails that you haven't checked in forever, I'm now curious about my Yahoo email. Speaking of email, I haven't checked that since 2000. I'm wondering, I'm now curious about my Yahoo email.
2011 for me.
Speaking of email, I haven't checked that since 2000.
Bloody, my job relies me to be on email, and I just get scared shitless every time I go on email.
Yep. I mean, so does my job, so I get that.
Yeah.
Like, that's when all the major updates for my job are just like, hey, did you check your email? What?
Teach you about the new COVID safety rules and what you have to do and what not have to do, and how to treat your clients now with this and how to treat your clients now with that. And I'm like, oh no.
Also, I went ahead and started the stream if anybody wants to confirm we can all be heard. It sounds good to me, but...
Well, I can hear you guys, Crystal.
I mean, on the stream, not through Discord, like for...
Whoops.
Yeah.
I can hear you guys. I can hear you guys through the stream.
Okay, good. Should be fine then.
Yep.
Usually I have the stream turned off because otherwise I'll hear an echo myself.
Yeah, I forgot to do that. That's how I was like, oh, I just heard it.
Yeah.
Also, probably won't listen to the stream because I don't like hearing my voice.
Fair.
I don't like hearing my voice either.
Mood. Though actually, I'd be streaming about this time on a normal Saturday anyway, so...
Well, aren't you special?
Well, I need to see some of your guys' streams. That'd be nice.
I stream on YouTube every Saturday at 4 p.m., so...
Is that 4 p.m. your time or mine?
4 p.m. at my time, so right now it's 4:30 where I am, so...
Okay, so that would be 3:30 my time. Alright, well, normally I should be able to do that on Saturdays.
Yep.
I'm sorry for the lack of advertising. I've had so much going on just from this past week alone.
It's been an insane week for me, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I've been off work this week because my mom got sick, and...
Uh-oh.
Well, luckily we confirmed it isn't COVID. Like, that's straight up confirmed. But yeah, we had that concern, and my mom and my boss want me to stay home for just another week, just to be safe. If that's confirmed. Yeah.
Why do I get the feeling that if you lived in Utah, you probably wouldn't have gotten even that much?
I don't know, because it probably...
Well, it's just, I read an article this week about like a group of people who didn't wear their mask were like storming like a Capitol building or something in Salt Lake City, and I'm like, oh gosh. Thankfully people canceled that event, but good friggin' grief.
My apologies. Oops, sorry.
That's Utah.
Yep, that's
Can
Utah.
you guys hear me on the Twitch?
What?
Can you guys hear me on the Twitch?
Say something else?
Yeah, I can hear you on Twitch. Good.
Say something else?
Yeah, I temporarily turned on Twitch, and it was just at the point
where
it
sounds fine.
We can hear you on Twitch.
Sounds fine to me.
Yeah.
Okay, so how much longer are you guys willing to wait? Because again, I don't want to be too inconsiderate since we are on. There's a part of me that wants to start, but I'll leave it up to you guys. What do you think?
We could go ahead and get started, and if he shows up before we get to him, his turn, I mean, we could just have him go last.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So we'll change up the order a little bit. Jez can still go first, then Christian. You'll go next, Guy, and then I'll go, and then from there we'll see. We'll just have to play it by.
Oh, he's here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Perfect. Hi.
Hi.
Oh, thank goodness we can hear you. We were just wondering how to proceed without you, but
No, no, I'm just in. So the thing with working from home is that I literally just have to change workstations.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, you work from home?
Of course I do.
Oh, lucky.
I thought you actually worked at a place.
Yeah.
No, no, I don't. I have my own home office and everything.
Lucky.
Right?
Yeah, especially considering the coronavirus, that is a major blessing.
Oh yeah, literally nothing changed in my life regarding to work. Well, except for the fact that it's more intense now because I do government stuff sometimes, most of the time, almost exclusively. Yeah.
All right, all right, cool. Do you mind if you go? All right, so we'll still have you go last tomorrow because again, you just barely came in. I want to give you at least as much time to catch your breath as possible.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Jez, you'll still go first, and then
Yeah.
Marm, you'll just go after me. Then here, I'll even make it easier too because on the Google Doc, I'll have that Google Doc reflect our actual order. Okay. Bam. All right. So I guess let's get this started then. Welcome to the Three Houses Character Discussion Part 2 podcast. Here we will be continuing our discussion of the Three Houses characters. This game's characters writing is just so good that we had to devote not one but two podcasts because we wanted to make sure to get everyone. All right. So without further ado, let's jump in. Jez, you're up. Go
Well,
ahead
I
and
guess
pick any of the characters on your list.
I'll start with Sedif then. With Sedif, I really like his inclusion into the Free Houses cast. I really like the inclusion of. Can we say spoilers right now or
Yeah,
um?
yeah. So yeah, this is a
Awesome.
spoiler-filled podcast. So by all means, you don't need to hold back.
We
I
are a
like
full
the
year after the game came out too, so.
awesome. I like the inclusion that we've got to play another playable male Manakee. Because we don't have many of them already in the series. And I like how he's kind of got this whole mentor aspect about him, yet he's also a very friendly person as well. He's someone you kind of think isn't going to be an asshole, but he turns out to be the nicest guys in the game. And he has some of the best supports in my opinion. A good example is his Ingrid support, where he kind of sees ideologies a bit in that support, and it's very interesting how he thinks because you'd think he'd be like a clone of Rhea, but he really isn't. Does anyone else want to chime in for Sedif?
I'm really glad you brought up that Ingrid support because that's what I was thinking when you were talking about him. Because he even mentions her like, I have mixed feelings about the about the
Mm-hmm.
Crest. You're like, okay, if this guy who's like Rhea's right hand man says he has mixed feelings, that's kind of a telltale sign that something's really wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I think some people undercut how important he is in Free Houses. He is essentially like the secondary. He's a secondary main character in my opinion. Um, he's probably next below the wards.
I'd say it's especially prevalent in Silver Snow for the obvious reason that he takes on the role of the that character that interacts with you whenever the plot needs to progress in the first
Him and
place.
Flame. Him and Flame are super important, and I think some
Yeah,
people undercut that.
and so that's the first of it, and then also it's I think it's just nice how you actually have one adult that's got their shit together actually, and
Yeah,
he's
Yeah,
some of
trying
the
to.
adults are pretty decent in Free Houses.
Hmm? I didn't catch
Some
that.
some of the adults in Free Houses are pretty decent, though you've got a couple that you question.
It's
Manuela.
it's not just a matter of being a decent person. It's also a matter of having your things in order. Where it's just like you get that feeling from Steph, where he's actually responsible and doing the things he should be doing at the times he should be doing them, which is not something you could say of, say, even Hanneman, who is another respectable adult from the series, from the game, but he also has this tendency of going like off the hook whenever crests are mentioned, and all the adult cast, the entirety of it, have this weird tendency of just going off in the wrong circumstances, I suppose. Even most notably Rhea, but also Manuela, who has a major character flaw, uh, and Catherine as well is said to be somewhat belligerent.
I think Sedith and Flame as well make good people to balance out Rhea's extreme behaviors sometimes as well. Because they're more down to earth than I think Rhea is.
There's something I've been thinking about, and that's
Yeah.
kind of, what would the Church of Saros be if instead of being run by Rhea, it was run by Seta? Do you
I
think it would
think
still be the same, or do you think
well,
there'd be some differences?
I think the church would be much different because a big reason why Rhea has that whole keep the crest system in place is to kind of revive her mother, and because Sedith kind of thinks it's a bit of an outdated system, I don't think he would probably imply the rules on having crests to be as partial. I don't think Edelgard would have been as frustrated with the church if Sedith was in charge than it would have been with Rhea. But who knows? That could be an interesting alternate fan fiction.
I also don't think Sedith would have been as harsh on dissenters as Rhea is.
Oh, definitely not.
I mean,
Yeah.
I feel like Rhea being as harsh on dissenters is because, well, spoilers, she's a degenerating dragon, and when you go insane, you don't think logically. Wow.
Actually kind of, yeah, sorry. It's actually kind of funny that you've got Sedith who kind of looks strict and stern, but he's the nice one, and then you've got Rhea who looks motherly and kind, but she's pretty damn scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the thing I want to add here is that an important aspect of Sedith that differentiates him from Rhea in particular is that he wasn't there for that 1,000 year, or was I don't remember the exact time frame during which Rhea basically created the church proper and then kept on ruling, because it's hinted by Geralt that Geralt actually doesn't recognize Sedith when you meet him, right? So you can infer that he wasn't there. He probably, like his daughter, came in and woke up later uh, and then came to help Rhea, which means that he wasn't there for much of the decision making that happened, basically. So
You can also, another thing that points to that is that when the game is ramping up to part 2, Sedith confronts Rhea and asks, what did you do to that baby? Referring to Byleth. He has no idea what she actually was doing.
Mm-hmm. Which basically just says that first of all, Sedef came into this whole plot like way late, like after like much of the important questionable things, let's say, Rhea did already came to pass, and so not even he is aware of everything that's happened, probably.
Yeah, I'm really glad you brought that up, guy, because that's what I was thinking too. It's like, okay, if Seta isn't even aware of all this stuff, then how much does he know? And then that scene also got me thinking, how much do the Knights of Saros know about any of Rhea's shenanigans? Because if her right hand man doesn't know, then I'm pretty sure they're pretty in the dark about a lot of her stuff too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you would I feel like because we didn't get enough elaboration on these particular characters, the Cardinals. I feel like the Cardinals that we only see at the end of Silver Snow would know more. Because they're infused with Rhea's blood, literally.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So they are in the know. When those guys that you never see are more in the know than Sedith, you know that some real shady shit's going on.
Yeah, it's just a shame that we only really kind of see it in Silver Snow. I think that's a bit of a mistranslation on Three Houses' behalf.
Yeah.
But it is a game via perspective, so I can see why they did that decision as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think the last thing I really want to talk about Sedith, and this is something that I really loved about Sedith and why I wanted to speak about him, is he may be one of the best fathers in Three Houses. Granted, he's maybe not Finn levels of best father material, but he's pretty damn up there.
I place him second after Sedef.
Yeah. He may have sheltered Flame, but he had to shelter Flame.
Mm-hmm.
And he he would give his life to save Flame. And like when in Crimson Flower, when you kill Flame before Sedith, my God, have you heard the audio clip Sedith makes when Flame dies?
Oh, it's chilling.
Recent run.
He loses his shit. He gets super upset.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's heartbreaking to hear him, what he says when you kill Flame first.
Yeah.
I've never done it. I've always gone for Sedith first.
Yeah, but that's pretty much all I really have to say about Sedith. Someone did say in the Twitch chat that another thing that would have changed is that Barth wouldn't be Professor, so we wouldn't have an Avatar, so that would have been the best bloody Three Houses scenario.
I mean, I will defend Byleth. Like, hot take, I will defend Byleth, but when we get to Byleth, I will defend him.
Do we have Byleth?
Are we talking about Byleth?
Isn't he in part of our notes about the Avatar or something? Like,
I don't see him.
wait, we talked about him in the last podcast. My bad.
Well, I've got different opinions since the last podcast about Byleth. We're going to talk about him again. But yeah, that's all I've got really much to say about Sedith. If anyone wants to chime in, or we move on to another character.
Yeah, one thing. This doesn't really necessarily have much to do with his character, but one thing that I'm sure I'm not the only one I was surprised by, I didn't think he was going to be a Wyvern Rider.
No, I didn't think he was going to be a Wyvern Rider as well. I thought he would have been a mage.
Yeah.
I thought he was like a kind of a light magic user, or at least the closest thing this game has to one. I guess faith user.
I thought he was gonna be a bishop.
I thought he was going to be a Holy Knight because of the whole Templar belief, but I definitely was thinking along the lines of physical class.
He's got Swift Strikes, so he's a 10 out of 10 in my books.
Yeah.
Swift Strike OP, never nerf.
I love Swift Strikes.
All right. Seems like everyone's had a chance to say what they wanted to say with Sedith, so I guess we'll move on. Christian, you're up.
Alrighty, the character that I'm going to talk about is Cyril. Like, I think he is this game's most underrated character because people really just look at his most basic element and just never decide to do his supports and just think, oh, I'm Rhea fanboy, and that's about it. When there's so much more to him. Like, for example, and I actually found out a while back, like, after this podcast, there was, like, a bit of a mistranslation with, like, after our first podcast, there was a bit of mistranslation about, like, one of his lines of dialogue. Like, he was talking about, like, how if he doesn't keep doing his duties, he feels like, in the post-time skip, that he wouldn't belong. He just doesn't belong, because, like, the church, like, with the Rhea gone, he's got no safety net.
I also think Rhea probably put some scare tactics. I think it's a depiction of the Catholic Church and how they treated people, and they didn't want people to read and all that kind of stuff. They wanted servants, and that was Cyril. I think Cyril's the game's punching bag, and I feel a bit bad for that because he actually has some really good supports that people just overlook because they don't like Cyril.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, his Lysithia support.
Yes.
I love that. Such a good support. But I like it more for Lysithia.
And also,
not bad either.
Manuela support for a more comedic one. That one is just hilarious.
Right.
But I personally didn't have too much to say on Cyril myself because, like, there's just, like, again, he's basically overlooked. He's a character that more people just really need to pay attention to instead of just being like, oh, this guy is just Rhea's simp. Rhea's biggest simp.
I will say that the first thing I think of with Cyril isn't his affections for Rhea, shall we say. It's always his work ethic that strikes out to me. Like, any support or character interaction that I saw him with, it was always, I've got to do these chores, or I've got to do this thing. And then his Elmyran heritage is also something I thought of, because, again, his support with Claude kind of has him talk about that a little bit. Have him bounce off each other.
His Claude support is underrated in my opinion.
It is. It definitely
It
is.
is.
He also has a pretty okay support with Shamir, I think.
The Shamir support's kind of like the Rolf and Shinon support in a way from like the Tellius games, where it's like a
Yeah.
teacher-student.
To be fair, Shamir kind of does act like the teacher to a lot of the students.
Well, she is a teacher.
Not as-
I mean,
Yeah,
she's an
true.
assassin.
She is also a teacher.
She's a merc who also teaches.
So like Violet.
No, she's a merc dressed up as a knight.
Yeah, pretty much. But that's really
Yeah, sorry, go on.
that's all I had to really say about Cyril myself.
Yeah, it's hard to speak about Cyril because even though I said he's the game's punching bag and I do like him, I don't love him enough to really go into full details. But he's definitely much better than what the fandom treats him, and I feel bad how the fandom treats him.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. It kind of reminds me of this little meme I saw on one of these little side pages that some characters are kind of viewed at face value from the fandom, and they're not, and the fandom doesn't really appreciate some of the deeper, beneath the surface aspects of some characters. Cyril was on that list.
Yeah, I'll put a few Three Houses characters on that list actually.
I think you could put almost the whole cast of Three Houses on that list.
I definitely believe Egengard and Sylvain would fit on that list.
I guess that kind of, that says something about A, our fandom and how we perceive characters, and B, how good the writing is, because the fact that there even is another surface kind of separates this game from a lot of other games.
Definitely.
One thing that I'd like to mention that is maybe a bit negative in light of what you're trying to say, but there is a certain ceiling to how much someone is able to deal with the repetitive aspect that comes up, and these supports and this type of character building. And in Cyril's case in particular, it's really easy to see why people get burned on him, because he does mention over and over again the same two things to him, that is like basically mentioning Rhea every other line and then mentioning his work ethic and the rest of them. And while he does have a very interesting depth of character like most other characters in this game, you do have to dig for it. And if the main element that's presented to you doesn't hook you, you don't really have a reason to dig in the first place, which is maybe the problem you'll see in the hooks, if you will, that will make the fandom dig deeper. They won't hit the same people the same way, and that explains, especially in this game, which is based on the entire idea of choosing your own clique in the first place, which means you go with the hook that hooks you the most, the visual or personality aspects that hook you the most in the first place. So it really it's kind of designed to entrench you and your choices in the first place, is what I'm trying to say.
I get ya.
Yeah, I understand. Though I don't think it's really that hard to dig into finding good things about Cyril. There are a lot of good support that the people who do like Cyril say to read, and he does come off as interesting in those supports.
Yeah, the Lozafia support has been mentioned. It's probably one of the best supports in the game, I think. With the whole the fact that he's illiterate, and it explains some of the scenes that you do see in parallels. For instance, the one with Lawrence, where he just gives the letter without really knowing anything about it, where he couldn't possibly have read it because he can't read, and it and just the way that's reflected when you do the what's it called again, the consultation thing, where he'll ask you for advice, and you get a description of drawings when he comes up, because he can try it.
To go off of what you said earlier, it really does. You could argue that's both a strength and a weakness of the support system because, again, the idea behind supports is that you get, one type of support which is very surface level, or sometimes it doesn't reveal as much, and then the idea is that with each continuing support block, you could get more. And Three Houses does. I feel like it very much limits how many characters you can use in a certain chapter, which kind of means that you're only allowed to build supports up to a certain point when the number of characters you can use is just so limited. So maybe that's also why some people might not even dig in the first place. It's like, oh well, I've only got like 12 characters to use, and I've already got my team. Why should I add Cyril or whoever? And so that's another reason why they might not want to dig.
Well, then again, you've got the entirety of the school system where you can like eat out with people and stuff. And if you're optimizing as much as possible your motivation, then you're going to end up like having characters eat together that aren't necessarily part of your main team.
The magical thing about Three Houses, I find, is that in all Fire Emblem games prior, you fight together to support your bonds and improve your bonds, but you have to eat together to improve your bonds in Three Houses.
It makes sense what the monastery aspect of the game is going for, and to be fair, that is something I really enjoy about Three Houses. Is that it really does feel like you have to work at building up your supports, and then when you get these well written supports, it really feels like there's a rewarding trade off.
There's a lot of well-written supports in the game, but I think that's derailing off Cyril now.
So, does anyone else have anything they'd like to add about Cyril?
I'm good.
Okay, all right, Guy, it's your turn.
Okay, so I guess I'll start this session off with Felix. So Felix initially stood out to me because I always tend to be interested by those really abrasive, I guess most people would just call them edgy characters. Because, well, more often than not, there's a reason for why they're like that. And I want to know why. I want to know why he's like that. And I find his relationship with his father and with the other Blue Lion students to be especially interesting and compelling, especially his relationships with Dimitri and Ingrid. And I also he's one of the characters I point to when I want to talk about how I think it's real interesting how Three Houses justifies each character joining a different route, because the animosity he has for Dimitri and the Fargus ideal of chivalry makes it really, really easy to justify him defecting to the Alliance or to the Empire. And I think that's a really important aspect. But Felix himself, that's, I mean, there's depth, but, that's for everybody to talk about.
Actually, you brought up a good point about defecting to the Empire. And I'm just going to say this real quickly before jumping back into Felix. I actually made a comment about how I can justify every character but Hilda to join the Empire. And there is actually a reason why everyone could join the Empire except for Hilda. But that's for another topic. With Felix, I actually really like him because of his ideologies. I like his relationship with all the Blue Lions characters because in first glance he could come off as like a Fates character where he just kind of acts the same and pretty much all his supports. But that's just who he is because of the unfortunate circumstances in his childhood, losing his brother and not respecting how his dad took it, in how he lost his brother and he was upset, and his dad took it a different way and he lost his respect for his dad. And a couple of years after that tragedy, he's with Dimitri, and Dimitri goes all psychotic and he loses all faith in Dimitri, who was essentially like his best friend. Um, and then there's a reason why he's got that standoff attitude to everyone else, because he lost his brother and he's mentally lost his father and best friend.
Yep. You put it better than I did.
And that's what I just love about it. And he can't respect people like the dude because he can't respect Dimitri. So how can he respect someone who will serve their life to the dude? And how can he respect people? And he struggles to respect people like Sylvain and Ingrid, who kind of still pseudo respect Dimitri.
Honestly, I feel it's both he doesn't respect Dimitri, but he's also afraid for Dimitri because Dimitri's putting the weight of like what happened in Dusker all on him, and everyone around him who's been actively involved, like his father and Ingrid and all that, they all just ignore that. Like, oh, this happened, or it's
They,
well, they
I
don't
think
ignore it.
they didn't ignore it. They just took it a different way. Felix was just really upset. So was Ingrid. But they took it in different ways, and Felix couldn't stand how Ingrid was upset, and he couldn't respect how his dad treated it. Because his dad kind of acted like, well, he died as a knight, and Felix could not respect that mindset.
That's what I was about to point out. Is that
I think the point we're getting at here that I kind of want to throw out there is the Blue Lions as a whole represent this idea of survivor's guilt, and they all respond to this guilt in different ways. Dimitri shoulders it all. Felix just kind of turns against, in a way, everybody that he was close to because he's lashing out because he doesn't understand their coping mechanisms. He doesn't get how Ingrid supports that chivalrous attitude. He doesn't get what's going on in Dimitri's mind, and he doesn't agree with his father's understanding of chivalry. He doesn't see it as a noble sacrifice. He sees it as a pointless death. His brother got cut down for no reason.
To be fair, the game kind of validates that viewpoint because, again, the tragedy of Dusker wasn't a fight. It was hardcore. Everyone just got slaughtered. So,
yep,
it was mutilation.
I actually did appreciate how Felix was calling to do out because in Fire Emblem, there's a lot of those noble, loyal knights who are always prepared to die for their lord. And to see someone like Felix just call that out and say, you know what, obedience like that is just mindless. You know what? I kind of appreciated that. I never found the loyal knight to be the most interesting character, and I think there are some flaws when you take loyalty too far, especially when your loyalty is to someone who is questionable.
Have you guys ever heard of the term your worst enemy was once your best friend?
yes.
That really describes Dimitri and Felix perfectly. But one other aspect I love about Felix, and this is purely just a C support, not a support chain, just a C support, and that's with Felix and Mercedes, because Mercedes actually triggers Felix. Because Mercedes says that to Felix that he kind of reminds him of her brother, and that brings back memories for him. And I actually kind of low key love that support. I hate the rest of the chain though, but I love that support.
So you guys touched on the two things I think really warrants mentioning about Felix. Basically, how he doesn't like it. To summarize it, how he doesn't like blind loyalty for one, and two, how he basically ends up being isolated from each and every one of his childhood friends for different reasons. And it really makes it weird, even to a certain point, how he even sticks with the Blue Lions in the first place. Not just how he's more likely than the others, or rather, he has a better justification for defecting. Just it's straight up weird that he doesn't, unless you do something about it.
Yeah, well, there was supposed to be there was, I think they were going to originally have Annette and Felix not properly be in the Blue Lions route.
Which is what I was leading into.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I didn't. It's already on purpose.
Yeah, what was I gonna say? I also. Do you want to continue on that, or?
Oh no! Basically, I just wanted that fact to be brought up. Just that originally speaking, like that's how things were meant to pan out. You were in a position where you probably had to do stuff in order to even keep these characters around because they have no reason to stay.
One thing that really frustrated me about the fandom with Felix is a certain YouTuber I'm not going to name because of certain aspects that's happened in the community. I hated how he was encouraging the idea that Felix was a tsundere, which I feel like undercuts his entire character.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
know what you're
totally.
talking- Yeah, like
I was going to talk about that in part one before those allegations, but I really hated how he treated Felix as a character.
So I don't know about that, but I say he still finds himself within the definition of a tsundere, just not in the very stereotypical like one for one like conforming to the idea that you can find like in more stereotypical content, but he still falls under that umbrella to a certain like.
Sorry, go on.
No, just that's it.
Well, I do kind of agree with Marm that Felix does fit. Like he does have the aspect of someone who's outwardly abrasive, but then kind of shows that he cares about other people, like down beneath, which is how Tsundere's act. Like his support with Sylvain really, like I think it was his A+ support, really did it for me because I'm not a fan of super abrasive characters, so Felix kind of rubbed me the wrong way for a lot of his supports. But I think it was his supports with Mercedes and his longer rank, his higher rank supports with Sylvain. It's like, oh, I do think he does care about his friends, although he's really terrible at showing it.
He's very harsh on Mercedes and Sylvain, in my opinion, because they weren't out there to be malice to him.
And I do kind of wish that Felix got called out just a little bit more. It's like, hey, you're being abrasive towards people who have done you no wrong.
I feel like with Felix and Sylvain, like a lot of the time that Felix calls him out is because like Ingrid has established that Sylvain has kind of been the same way he has been since he's a kid, which is a whole different kind of like while everyone else changed and that kind of annoyed Felix, Sylvain not changing at all is another bad thing for Felix because it's like, oh, these people have changed in a way I don't like, and you've not changed from your negative ways of being a womanizer. You still are who you are from a long time ago. You've not matured at all. And he just calls out on that. Which is something I mean, almost all of Sylvain's do that, but Sylvain's conversations do that, but I feel like it really fits with Felix because he's been the big call-out guy throughout most of the game. Like with Blue Lion, in the Blue Lions route especially, or most of his supports with his Blue Lions companions. Like as we said before.
If we're gonna also talk about Felix, I think another support that a lot of people love that Felix has is the Annette support, because of how different he acts in that one compared to his other Blue House alumni.
No one can hate Annette.
She's literally telling him to fuck off.
Yeah, that's actually that dynamic there is actually one of my favorites, just because of how inversed it is. It's like, oh, like because if it's been a while since I've read their support, but doesn't Felix usually go up to her instead of vice versa?
Felix starts the conversation.
It kind of reminded me of his Lysithia support where he does the same thing.
I think he's with Bernadette as well. Maybe he's just got something for cute girls.
Probably.
I mean, Annette is adorable and wholesome.
Another support that I think is very good that Felix has is the one with Sedef actually. Since we did mention Sedef like just previously,
Right.
where in most supports he's the one calling people out, but then this is the one where he gets called out, and that's a nice change of pace. where Sedef is just like, well, continue like that, and you're going to self-destruct like no one else. Basically.
I feel like when you have two characters that's like their personalities that they call people out, one of them's gonna call the other one out.
Inevitably, right?
Mm.
And in this case, it's the one that's older and more experienced, and he's like, basically, you do need to challenge, like, and to challenge yourself, to put yourself in like other people's shoes for a change. And that goes. I think that support was very necessary to Felix as a character. Otherwise, there'd be something missing.
Yeah, now that you bring it up, I remember I felt like that was good advice even for me. It's like don't be isolated. It's good to be with people who are like you. It's like, oh my goodness, that's a great point setup, and especially now that we live in a coronavirus pandemic where we don't always get to be around other people. That still feels like really great advice just in general. Because isolation can be really rough.
Yeah. Everyone be more like Sylvain and less like Felix.
Well, minus the hitting on a scarecrow part, but yes.
Or people's nanas.
Right.
I mean, depends on what you're into, but. I don't know.
Or just be a danger in society like that.
Oh man, trying to imagine Sylvain in real life.
Oh, you can. You just have to go to a club.
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Like find anyone who has, I don't know, something that's like somewhat intellectual, like I don't know, law, where they've got actually a brain on their shoulders, but all the blood goes to the dick once they've had like one or two drinks. That's the kind of person you're looking for.
Yeah, they're just your typical people that go to the club who drive fancy ass cars because mummy and daddy can buy everything for them.
Mm-hmm.
That is literally Sylvain in real life.
You want Sylvain in real life? Also look at an anime convention after midnight.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, no.
As someone that goes to a lot of conventions, I know what I'm talking about.
No, that's just creepy, man.
I'll take your word.
Sylvain's pretty creepy, dude. But yeah, I'll discuss a bit more about Sylvain when we hit the Sylvain topic.
Yeah.
Oh boy, I've got a lot to talk about him.
So, does anyone else have anything to add about Felix before moving on?
Nah, I think you guys covered it pretty well.
All right then, I guess it's my turn. I will pick Ferdinand. So when thinking about what to say about Ferdinand, I think first thing that comes to mind is he kind of reminds me of Lorenz, but in a more positive light. Because when you see him at the beginning of his supports, he definitely does have this air of, oh, I'm a noble, I'm above you, and it's my duty to help you poor underlings. But you kind of see him change a little bit, and I even thought about his support with Lysithea and kind of how that dynamic kind of flipped his worldview a little bit. Because I think that's his character arc in a way, is that he becomes more interested in people. He becomes more genuine and less stuffy and full of himself. And I appreciated that about him. He didn't take it quite to the extreme that Lorenz did, but again, Ferdinand's sort of another example of how classist Baudelaire can be.
Yeah. I'd like to mention that first of all, I'm disappointed that he didn't lead with the meme.
You know what? It's one of those things that everybody talks to death. I'm just like, you know what? Let's treat him like he's a character and not a meme. But if you want to say the meme, by all means, go ahead.
Ferdinand von Eiger. Anyways,
Ferdinand von Groot.
One thing I really like about Ferdinand, and because of that I'm already losing my ideas and the topic I wanted to bring up. Crap. Oh boy, what was I about to say? Something about oh yeah. So the game deliberately puts him in parallel with Lorenz, right? You mentioned it earlier that they do have sort of like superficially speaking, they have sort of the same upbringing and personalities, and it's only after digging deeper that you realize how different the two are. And the duality between and it's interesting, first of all, because these two characters do get along. They have neighboring or somewhat neighboring territories, and they do have supports they get together that are very good. But also, you kind of see the difference between the two, where one is very much more ideal, much more of an idealist, whereas the other one is much more of a pragmatist when it comes to um, the way the world should work, where the other one is very much has an ability and it sees an ability as an ideal, whereas the other one sees it in a more pragmatic way. And the fact that this duality exists between these two characters, I think it's very interesting. Where Ferdinand has these grand ideas about how the world actually works and should work, and then it just kind of plays in how he sees himself as so much greater than he is when he gets taken down by so many other characters in his supports, and it still doesn't bring him down like overall, but he it takes a while until he actually acknowledges that maybe he's not as great as he thought he was, and that he's going to have to actually put in a lot of effort in order to like even reach out for those ideals he was like seeing for himself. Anyways, um, yeah, like it takes all of his entirety of his Edelgard support just to reach a point where she'll eventually give in to his request for a duel, and then like flatten him outright, and then it's like a huge shock for him, but it's really not a shock for the audience. Just the way this develops is interesting.
But Ferdinand should have won that. He's got Swift Strikes, and I love Swift Strikes.
But does he do any damage is the issue.
One thing for me with Ferdinand compared to Lorenz is their dynamics with their main lord. With Lorenz, it's this animosity, jealousy that he has with Claude. But with Ferdinand, it's like this. I want to be better than you, Edelgard, but it's a rivalry. It's not. It's more of a rivalry instead of a jealousy kind of thing. I think
Very
that's a
much
big reason why
underput
that
yeah.
plays their character. But I think what separates Lorenz and Ferdinand as well is that Ferdinand just is a much more likable guy. He has a better aura about him. He comes off as a nicer guy in his supports. He doesn't come off as snooty as Lorenz does.
He's actually sociable. Is the difference.
And when you see him support with people like Dorothea who actively can't stand him, you kind of want to root for Ferdinand.
Oh yeah, totally. I agree with that.
I mean, the Dorothea Ferdinand support is like his best in the game, in my opinion. That's all I really have to say about that.
I like his constant support.
I like his constant support a lot, and I like his plain support. I think it's really cute.
The plain support's great.
Those are the two supports of his I've not done yet.
Oh, you know what? He actually has a lot of great supports. The one with Hubert is amazing. The one with Edelgard where he gets flattened is great. And the one with Bernadetta is really sweet as well.
I also see Ferdinand as well being part of Edelgard's core faction of members as well. More of Edelgard's closer people in her army. I know he's not like Hubert levels of loyal, but I definitely see Ferdinand being a very loyal person to Edelgard and her clans. Even though Edelgard, I think, doesn't like his dad.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up. I think part of the thing with Ferdinand and his place in the Black Eagles is because of, or well, I guess his place in the Empire really is because of the actions of his father.
One other thing I love about Ferdinand, and this is just something that like just makes me like very happy because it's a genealogy reference in a way. I love how his post time skip looks like the love child of Ferdinand and Narvis. Not Ferdinand. I mean, Eldigan and Arvis. That's what they say.
He
I
does
can
a
see
really
that.
good air post time skip. Not gonna lie.
And I also love in his time skip because I'm a bit of an artist myself, so I picked up real quickly. His hairline in his time skip, he's receding.
I
He's
mean,
gonna go bald.
you can see it with his father. It's going to happen sooner or later, right?
Yeah, just imagine that dude bald. It's a funny sight.
Oh, that's the sight to see. Wow, bald Ferdinand.
Because his hairline in his pre-time skip is much closer to his eyes than his hairline in his post-time skip.
That's rough.
So, has anyone read the Ferdinand times Petra support? Because I really
Yes.
love that one.
Yes, that's another good one.
I feel like that brings out kind of a different side of him, where you just see him like kind of geeking out about his hobbies and wanting to learn about another culture. It's like, oh, that's cool. Good on you, Ferdinand.
But Ferdinand's like the puppy you just want to pat, but you also want to tell him to sit in the corner as well.
Yeah, it's like you're very excitable and that's very nice, but now is not the time. And then their tail is like wagging and like hitting the furniture, and it's making an horrible noise.
But you can't help but love him anyway, which is how puppies are.
Another thing I think Another thing I think Lawrence mentioned with Ferdinand is how he mentions oftenly in his paralogue, what he mentions at one point how he always thought he was going to be the one to take down his father. Was it in like one of the overworld conversations in the monastery? I'm not sure. But then he has kind of this cathartic moment where he comes to terms with the fact that he's not the one who's going to dispose of his father, and that's an interesting bit of dialogue because you've kind of always had this. It's easy to have the impression that he really respected his father, where it turns out that's not really the case. It's just part of the entire game, just playing along and just waiting for your turn, right? And I think that's interesting that this game does that in this way, because we just came off of like Fates a few games ago where they tried to do something like that with one of the very important conquest characters, and that didn't work out.
Yeah.
Okay, another thing about Ferdinand, though. Have you guys read his supports with Constance?
Yeah,
No.
it's really good. It's a very informative support. Very informative.
Yes. I just wanted to throw that out there.
One thing I also wanted to say about Ferdinand before we finish with Ferdinand, if we finish with Ferdinand, is that he's one of two Free Houses characters, in my opinion, that should have not been recruitable in other houses. I think he should have still been in Silver Snow, but I don't think he should have been on the Blue Lions or Golden Deer Path. He's just so patriotic to his country that it just makes no sense for him to defect to another country. Him as well as Hilda. Hilda's the other one that I want to bring
Hilda,
up.
I have an angle for that I'll bring up, but
she shouldn't have defected in any other ways, just because she's just such good friends with Claude. But with Ferdinand, because I find him to be so patriotic to his country, and because he's got such a different idealisms to his dad, and he's not super hateful to Edelgard, and kind of can want to be around Edelgard as well. I just don't see him really ever siding with Dimitri or Claude because he's just such an Adrestian.
I actually can see that, and thinking about it, I can agree. There should have been there should have been I know we'll talk more about that when we actually get to the gameplay stuff eventually, but there should have been more limited recruitments, and also some people just shouldn't have joined other houses, period, outside of just Dedu and Hubert.
Yeah, Ferdinand is definitely one of them.
Yeah, but Ferdinand, it's just like Ferdinand's not one of those loyal, I'm a retainer based character. He's just very patriotic to his country.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I do have a different angle on. I do have the one angle that I can sort of see. You could argue that if he was written just a bit differently, you could argue that he doesn't align with Edelgard's meritocratic system, and so like his father, he would like join a side that gives more importance to crests or a nobility system or preserving that system in some way, because Edelgard threatens his way of life essentially, and so you could argue that side if you wanted to.
Yeah, didn't she
I
do
think it's
something
too
to her
empty.
dad? Like,
Yeah,
Yeah,
she's departing.
she exiled his dad like when she ascends the throne, or
Yeah.
when she takes the throne.
so you could argue that he could be kind of against that idea. Maybe
Yeah,
he just like his
true.
dad so much that it's like, oh, you exiled my dad, Edelgard? Well, I'm gonna join these people and fight against you.
I just think it's just too ambitious for his character to do that. That's my issue. He's not that type of personality to do it.
There's also another thing that I just remembered. If you talk to him post time skip after day breaks in any other route, you find out that his family's kind of been disowned as a kind of a noble family too. So he's kind of doesn't really have that to go back to, because with his father getting kicked out of his place.
Oh yeah, I mean that's nobility as a whole, right? When it all
Yeah.
makes sense, basically, it's just like, oh, the entire cast and getting rid of it, and you better work your asses off if you want to stay in any capacity in like an important position, basically.
Yeah, so losing everything and not really having what he used to have as home, like his home not really being home anymore in those other routes, makes sense for him to not really stick with Edelgard. Yeah, I'm talking about in the post time skip.
Right.
So yeah, I think if you really think about it, I think you can find, for most characters, I think you can find an angle. Like Hilda, I mentioned it earlier, but I will have like an angle for you when we do bring her up.
So does anyone else have anything they'd like to add for Ferdinand before we move on?
No, I've said my piece. I don't really have anything else to talk about.
Okay, Marm, you're up.
Oh boy. Who the hell do I go for?
You got so many great choices.
I have too many great choices.
The paradox of choice.
Decisions. I'm not good at them. Let's talk about Yuri for a change. Let's go for a character that's maybe freshest on most people's minds. It is on mine. I haven't played Free Houses since the DLC. So I thought Yuri was a very interesting character to introduce in the DLC, first and foremost because, well, he has a very striking appearance, first of all. He has like makeup and stuff, and clearly he a bit queer-coded even. And he has kind of this classic air about him of like queer-coded villains who have like the nail polish and like the eyeshadow and stuff. And he does describe himself as a villain too, which is interesting that they give him to you as basically the hero of that story. From a meta perspective, I thought that was interesting, but also from a story perspective, this character ties into many background elements of the game and even other supports that existed previously, which makes this character very interesting. And also, he plays off of he's also he manages to be comparable to Claude in sort of the same a similar way that you could maybe compare Elgard and Dimitri during the DLC at least, where when they interact, you can sort of see that they're on the same wavelength all at the same time. And I think that's the reason why in the DLC they just pair up these pairs of characters together like all the time, right? I thought that warranted to be addressed. I'm very scattered right now. I'm sorry about that. But these are I'm just like rambling off and shooting off elements that I think are interesting, and then I'll let you guys like pick it apart. His supports are great. His Bernadetta's support in particular is really great because it contextualizes a lot of what we knew about Bernadetta and Bernadetta's like family situation. It says a lot about the general like lore because you do learn about how people paying off assassins isn't that rare or weird apparently, and just how you learn about how crests function through his supports, how he probably gained his crest from the actual saint, which not saint. What were they called? The four who did the Grail thing.
4 apostles, I believe it's
Yeah, it's the apostles, right? So the apostle that gave him his crest basically by doing a blood transfusion the same way kind of as how Rhea does it for the Cardinals, right? And that saved him when he was a child. This entire idea is basically like expanded upon here during his supports, and that's interesting for the lore. Just how he basically bribed his way into becoming like a noble's son. How he basically runs this underground like town, right? And all the ne'er do wells that dwell there. He's just overall an interesting character with a lot of interesting things going for him, a lot of good supports. I think in all aspects, this character is interesting, and I'd like to hear what you guys have to say about him.
I'll start. I'll talk about his design real quickly. I find his design either appeals to two factors. He's actually secretly Leon from Valentia, and he's come to Fodlan and disguised himself as Yuri, or because he wears all that makeup, he's actually a drag queen trying to audition to Drag Race.
I was not expecting. I was expecting that first one. I was not expecting that second one. Not gonna lie. Like, okay, you got me there.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
No, you go.
Okay, so my big thing is he is one of the three biggest brains in this game. There are three big brain genius characters that I can.
I want to hear this.
Okay, there's Claude, Hubert, and Yuri.
I think there are a couple others that I think you may have forgotten. But...
and machinations, perhaps, if you just take it at machinations, and just
that's
like
what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. So, like with Hubert and Claude and all of them, like they have their plans, but how they're able to carry them out is different. Like Hubert, I wouldn't say Hubert's as charismatic, but he's like in the post time skip, he's got like Edelgard. He's the second hand to Edelgard, and with Edelgard being the emperor at that time, disobeying Hubert's kind of treason. So, with his plans, that's what the army has to do. With Claude, post time skip, you know, if you're not playing Golden Wind, he has no one supporting him because he's been a shifty motherfucker throughout it all, and most people don't really trust him, and like will easily defect to his house aside from Hilda and Crimson Flower. Because, like, let's face it, she doesn't want her home being taken over by the Empire, but that's a whole nother story.
That's not a reason for being the Empire. But talking about Hilda, that's what I wanted to say is, you said there's 3 super smart characters in Three Houses. I think there's 4, and you missed Hilda. I think Hilda fits in that archetype of big brain characters.
Hilda does fit in that, but I'm talking about, like, the big strategist characters, because I know Hilda is smart, but she's not one of the strategists. Like,
okay, yeah, I could give you that. I'll give you that.
Yeah. And then you have Yuri, who's kind of the best of both worlds. He's kind of shady, but he's also got that charisma that Claude has. But he lives with the gutter rat, who just look for another gutter rat to be their pack leader. So as such, he's got that support, but he can still be shady as fuck.
And he is. He will shank a dude.
He will shank a...
He has shanked a dude.
Like...
Between the 4 Action Wolves DLC characters, it makes sense that Yuri's the leader because, let's be honest, you got Belfast, who's a fucking moron. You've got Constance, who probably looks at herself in a mirror for a good 10 hours straight, and Happy, who's so cynical towards the world that Yuri's pretty much the only one left to probably lead.
And also, like, Constance, she probably thinks she'd be a leader, and then you just open up her window and expose the sun to her. Problem solved. Ego god.
Easy, you put her on another fence with one of these like what do you call those? Like those cabins that you up on them, and then you just have her like direct the battlefield from the top of that.
And so, going back to the strategist thing with Yuri is also the only one who Byleth actively cannot hinder his plans, no matter what, really. Because it's like Hubert in like. Because, like, I have to bring up the time skip because that's when, like, both Hubert and Claude's plans really come to fruition. Like, Hubert, you opposing Hubert, you're going to end up bringing him down no matter what, even though he's got the best planned out. Claude, he's a fucking mess because he's got no one trusting him aside from Hilda most of the time. And whoever you don't recruit, but that's because that's how the game's designed.
He's also got Judith.
And Judith, but Judith is not that much of a help either, let's be fair.
That's the thing with the Alliance. It's similar to Alicia. It doesn't really have a ruling kingdom. Therefore, it doesn't really have this tight group of higher ups controlling everything. They're just a bunch of individuals doing their own thing.
Exactly, and
that's organized. That's the way that Fire Emblem kind of tends to portray a lot of nations that aren't straight up monarchies. It's like, oh, you have a leader? Well, chances are you're very divided and you're gonna fracture from within.
And that's what happens with the Alliance post-war, because it's like, especially if you don't side with Verdant Wind, is that like, oh, all these people? Oh, we're not going to trust Claude. He's been an outsider for forever. He's got all these schemes. Why should we trust him? He's been shady as shit.
And yeah, with the Golden Deer post time skip, it's a bit different with all the 8 students because you've got 3 of them that are just commoners who don't really have a stake in the Alliance territory. You've got another one that probably has killed themselves, unfortunately. And then you've got one that wants to separate himself to everyone else, and another one that doesn't care because she's dying.
Yeah, exactly. But then, yeah, going back. But then, like, staying back to Yuri, he's got the entire underground under his control because he's smart, and that place again is full of thieves and stuff. So the smartest thief leads the pack. That's how it usually is with gangs and stuff. Or yourself to be the leader. You will be the leader.
Talking about Yuri, one thing I loved about Yuri was and this is about Free Houses writing in general, and why I think some people need to really kind of tread a bit more higher up than what some people actually do. Yuri was a character that we actually knew of before we knew of Yuri, because he's the commoner that Bernadetta's talking to for support about getting pretty much getting tortured. He's that person, and I love that. I love that Yuri actually has an inclusion in the story before we actually knew who Yuri was.
Yeah, and then you read those supports between Bernadette and him, and then it turns out that he was actually hired to like assassin her, and then you're like, oh, that puts everything in like a different light. Like for once, her father like was justified sort of in the way he like treated another human being.
Say Yuri, Dorothea, and Bernadetta like not like a love triangle, but like as like a weird friendship triangle, similar to Sylvain, Ingrid, and Felix in a way.
Speaking of, the support between Yuri and Dorothea is also very good. And then there's the support between, I think it was Yuri and Ingrid, that's just very fetishistic for whatever reason, and that it was a bit weird.
But can everyone talk about how great the Yuri and Ash support was? Or, wait a second, never mind.
I mean, wait, what? I was like, there's a Yuri Ash support?
No, there should be.
There should.
There should be.
I was like, wait. It took me a second. I was just like, I must have missed that because I've done pretty much all of Yuri's supports aside from like his Dorothea one. And I was just like, when did I miss that? So,
That's a missed opportunity support because those two have history.
and yeah, they do have history, and they're both adopted children of both Fargus lords.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like Yuri is the adopted son of Count Rowe, and we know Ash is the adopted son of Lord Donato. So
So because you missed them, basically the sports between Yuri and Dorothea are about like rising from the ashes, basically of just the streets and how they managed to actually like make it at the top of the world, and how in a sort of way, and how Yuri like hates himself because he feels dirty, like in her light, essentially. It is very interesting.
you know, I'm just another thing I just realized with Yuri is that given all the stuff that he does, he's basically a mafia boss in a Fire Emblem game.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of.
Don't give Intelligent Systems ideas. We do not need a Mafia game for Fire Emblem.
Yes, we do.
I'll take it.
Yes, we do. It's like
we don't need a Mafia City Free Houses edition.
Yes, we do.
Yeah. Yes, we do.
Yes, we do. What the hell are you talking about?
Like, that's all I want to point out is that he basically runs his whole entire game like a mafia leader would. Like, it's like, hey, I need this guy taken out. You go take him out. I need this. You take this. And I think that we've had criminal organizations in Fire Emblem before, but we've never had one that's yeah.
Yeah, well, Yuri's 2 steps away of becoming a Team Rocket member.
Oh my gosh.
Well, he's definitely more flamboyant than James.
Another last thing I guess to mention is that he does play the double agent trope pretty well.
Oh yeah.
Which is a fun aspect of his character. And I don't know what that says when the mafia boss is actually just an underling of the church. That's a whole can of worms I don't want to get into.
So Yuri kind of strikes me as a character, as the type of trickster or rogue you'd see in like D&D. I could totally believe that someone, was just role playing a character. Then the IS was like, "Oh, that's a great idea for a trickster. Let's just put that in."
Oh yeah.
I love his post time skip design. My god, that's what a trickster should look like.
Yeah.
That's what a Fire Emblem trickster should look like. The only other character that can kind of give that answer to is Awakening Anna. They're the only two that have nailed that look.
Oh, I'm seeing his post time skip design.
Listen, man, I just want Yuri to show me how he does his eyeliner, okay?
I'm sure there's a lot of people probably would. The man knows how to eyeliner.
He is a beautiful man.
If conventions were happening this year, you'd bet your ass there'd be a lot more Yuri cosplayers.
Oh yeah, it's really a shame that they're all like canceled right now because there was a budding Fire Emblem community building up here, and I won't be able to see them cosplay or participate in the panels this year, and it really rubs me the wrong way.
Yeah.
My biggest complaint with Yuri is a complaint on how Free Houses was kind of made in a way. My only real major complaint with Yuri is that he shouldn't have been bi, he should have been gay. He should have not been bi at all. I don't think he should have had a female romance. I think he should have just been gay.
I disagree, mostly because, with his his charmer thing and everything, it's like if he tries, I feel like he kind of can't restrict himself that way, If he's gonna charm someone, he needs to be able to charm anyone.
It does play into both the good and the bad tropes of the rogue, right? Where it's just like, yeah, overly promiscuous, like LGBT character, and like overly like sexual, like queer coded character is all like their entire tropes that you can read on TV tropes. But this putting this aside, considering the lore behind the character, he just basically, amongst other shady things, definitely seduced people into getting his position. I think that him not being restricted by gender in any way makes more sense.
Well, because I guess because of his bisexuality, if he ever does get in a relation with Dorothea, they wouldn't have any issues with another partner if they want to have freeway.
I definitely ship Dorothea in a freeway relationship, like preferably. So yes, but that's aside from the main
I can
point.
kind of see why IS would be a little hesitant to make him just straight up gay. Because I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't Niles supposed to be like an LGBTQ character in his
Yeah,
life?
he's bi.
No,
he got,
yeah,
he got a lot of they got a lot of pushback from that. A lot of people don't seem to like him. So
he's
But that
like
was
the worst version of that
Well,
trope.
that's mostly
Niall-
because he's sleazy and kind of portrays a really common stereotype against bisexual people. It's not,
yeah.
Exactly.
yeah. People aren't mad
Well,
that he is bi. They're mad that the bisexual character is the one that is a harmful stereotype.
well, yeah, that's what I was trying to get at. I didn't think people were mad at him because he was bi. Just from what I remember, people were mad with the way it was written. So I guess bringing that back to Yuri, I could see them being like, "Oh, let's not make him Niles. Let's kind of move him somewhere else, make him
Yeah.
different."
I feel like, speaking of Yuri, they kind of learned from Niles what not to do when making a roguish, like,
Exactly.
bisexual.
It really feels that way to me as well.
Let's be real. IS can just look at Fates and learn what not to do with pretty much every character trope.
Yeah.
Hey, man. That does kind of remind me, though, guy. We can talk sometime later about how to do a Fates podcast. I've got ideas.
Ooh.
You know, people have been asking me for a couple of years now to do that because it's the only one we're missing.
It's just it's hard to talk about something you don't have passion
See,
for.
yeah, well, I don't want to spend too much time on it, but basically the problem that I have with the idea of doing it is that there's so little positive to say, and it'd be really hard to make a serious, thoughtful discussion on it with knowing that like we do for every other game. And I don't necessarily like the idea of turning it into, hey, let's all just get drunk and shit on this terrible game for 5 hours.
I mean,
Because it's
but-
going to take
I agree.
either one of two forms, right? Either you're going to be shitting on it, or you're going to be discussing how to make it better, and it's always going to be one of these things.
My
And
idea
see, the
was-
problem I have with that take is, well, then that's just hypotheticals. We're not talking about the game. We're talking about what we wish the game was.
that's
Mhm.
that's a good point.
Yeah.
I mean,
Like
what we could talk about, like, there. Honestly, I feel like Fates had a lot of really the ideas of Fates weren't bad in my opinion. It's just the execution was awful.
I think everyone will agree on that.
Yeah, pretty much.
yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
And
cause
I
it's
think
like
I am sorry for bringing us down the Fates tangent. I do want to bring us
Yeah.
back to Three Houses.
Yeah.
yeah.
Does anyone else have anything they'd like to add about Yuri, or should we continue to a new character?
I've got nothing to contribute with Yuri anymore.
I offhandedly mentioned it, but I think I want to go back to it just real quick because that's a weird thing. Have any of you read the support with Ingrid?
No,
Yuri,
I haven't.
Like, I'm on the last level of the DLC. I do want to do another playthrough of Three Houses just so I could recruit, the Ashen Wolves and then actually see how they'd interact with other people. And I'm guessing that they're pretty good interactions on the whole, right?
They're very good interactions on the whole, and even this one is pretty. It's a pretty fun support. It's just it's a bit weird. The support with Ingrid is basically how he's kind of into feeding her. It plays off kind of fetish. It reads like sort of a fetish. You know the ones where the one where you like feed someone, like what's it called? It just reads that way. It's very weird.
We're
That's
going into Deviant territory here.
yeah, pretty much. That's what I'm getting.
Yeah, so read that on your own eventually.
Oh joy.
I mean, and again, it's pretty good support. It's just like if you take a moment, you just if you think about it too long or too hard, as one does when they're talking about characters for Hours on Land, it's just sort of a thing that I think it's a thought that is inevitable that you will have.
Well, it's the thought that counts, eh? um, there's something on the tip of my tongue. Oh, so I see a lot of people comparing Yuri to Claude because I guess they're both supposed to be kind of trickster lords. I wanted to see what you guys thought about that.
They're playing different. I think face value they're similar, but when you get into the nitty gritties, we've kind of discussed that on a list with Yuri. He's much more like he comes off much more dangerous and like mob bossy, while Claude just is a prick.
Well, Claude,
Yeah.
Claude comes across as more subtle, more politician-y, for lack of a better term. Like Claude knows people don't trust him, and so he kind of puts up a facade and tries to get people to lower their guard. Yuri, it feels like he embraces the fact that he's a trickster. He's like, okay, yeah, I would totally cut your I would totally cut your throat for a nickel to quote Shaq.
Yeah, the one of the main differences and important differences probably is that there's the kind of shenanigans that Claude gets up to is like, oh yeah, I totally made a poison that I tested of myself to make sure that it's not worse than it is. That's going to basically make you shit like for an hour or something, and you'll be out of the picture for that time. Whereas Yuri is like, if I need to get rid of someone, I'll kill them,
Yeah.
and that's the very basic difference between the two. One thing I did want to say regarding the pairing is that one, we have been robbed of a support between the two of them. Definitely, if there are characters that should have supported that didn't, those two are definitely top amongst them. And second of all, it's just the same as all the people who ship like Dimitri with Edelgard or the people who ship Dimitri with Claude. It's just like they're the lords, they're prominent, they have the conversations they do have together have sort of this energy to them. It just people like will take that at face value and just get off on it. Basically, it's just I think it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just not very substantiated.
Honestly, I feel like Yuri should have had supports with either Claude or Edelgard or both. Because, it's like, or like, it could be like a slow growing support with Edelgard, but it's like you do Crimson Flower and it's like he is her informant of the inside or something,
Right.
Like,
Triple agent.
Yeah, triple agent,
Because yeah, I can imagine Edelgard would be like, "Oh, you're really good at being a triple agent. Well, I think I could have a use for that. Why don't you come join me? I've got some promising rewards for a man of your talents, or something. I could see her saying something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe if not in those terms necessarily, but like, oh, I can use you're useful. Let me put your talents to use.
Actually, you know what? It's funny because I'm looking over all of the supports that the Ashen Wolves can do. Like, Balthus supports Claude, Happy supports Dimitri, and Constance supports Edelgard. Why not have Yuri support someone from the church? So that, like, if you do Silver Snow, say it's like Sedith.
That would be, yeah, that would have been good.
Like, then again, Sedith has just so much potential in general, but we've already talked about that. But yeah. Like, if we're talking about the supports, I feel like Yuri should have had at least just one church member to talk to. Maybe Shamir as well.
Ooh, that would have been interesting.
Oh, Shamir would have been really nice, yeah.
Yeah, but I feel like they're still getting the hang of, like, trying to have it all be fully voiced. Because hiring people for that many voice lines can cost a bit. But you know what? There's still a lot that could have been.
Right. So with that being said, it feels like we've been with Yuri a little bit, and I do want to get to other characters. So, you you guys don't mind, I do want to move the next character, which means we're back to Jez. So
Awesome. Well, I'll pick Edelgard next. She's all right, okay.
Oh boy, here we
Nah.
go.
Well, what I have to say about Edelgard is she's okay, but nah. Edelgard's a really good character. I think she's one of the characters that has been a bit flavoursome amongst the community, for various reasons. But I think a lot of people kind of treat Edelgard pretty poorly as both a good guy and a bad guy. I know a lot of people hate it when I do this, but I actually do believe she fits in that kind of Arvis archetype of characters because she's very idealistic driven. She's very driven by her own moral compass and what she thinks is the best thing for her. I think what separates her from, say, Arvis, though, is that she's more aggressive than him. She's more aggressive. But I think there's just a lot more to Edelgard than just her merits as an antagonist. I think she's a very compelling character. Also follow in a storyline as well. I do believe Crimson Flower could have been written a bit better, but I don't think it really negatively impacts Edelgard as a main character. I think she's charismatic enough to be followed. I think her relationship with Byleth is very strong and impactful. And I believe she's a really good foil for other characters to develop, like Hanneman and Lysithea. And she's really good at forming those bonds and friendships that people would follow her in this grand conquest to fight the slivers in the church. And and the last thing I'm going to chime in about Edelgard is that a lot of people treat Edelgard as a that go, well, why is she fighting the church? Why is she so against the church? That makes no sense. And you have to look back that Rhea's mentality about the crest are like impact Edelgard's life in general, because Rhea glorifies this system that's negatively impacted Edelgard. How can Edelgard feel like she can lead this unified Fodlan when this imposing church with a different mindset to her is in charge? Granted, she's a bit racist to Sedith and Flame, but her reasonings to fight the church, in my opinion, are justified. So does anyone want to chime in with this? Because I know she's a spicy topic.
Oh man. I mean, I don't think I need to clarify my position. I'm fully with Edelgard and the Black Eagles. I think she was perfectly justified to stand up to the church the way she did. And I find the arguments against her method to be very unconvincing.
Granted, yeah, like I said, she is a bit prejudiced towards Flame and Sedith, especially Flame. But I feel like that just gives good merits that she is an antagonist as well, and that's what an antagonist would say to a character.
I just have a bit of an observation because I'm thinking about like the characteristics of the three lords. Like, I feel like she's the like of the lords, she's the most closest with her house. Like, you've got like compared to Dimitri, who's not all there and is kind of distant, and then you've got Claude, who's just shady as shit, as I keep saying. But you've got Edelgard, who's very talks to Hubert a lot, is friendly with Petra. Same with Dorothea. And it's kind of just that interesting comparison because she's the one that's like the most antagonistic lord almost, but she's the most closest with her house.
She's a prime example, in my opinion, that just because you're a bad guy doesn't mean you're a bad person or have a bad personality. And there are other Fire and villains that can fit that mentality, Arvis being one, but there are others as well as Arvis and Edelgard that are just charismatic bad guys, and Edelgard fits it, but Edelgard's also a charismatic good guy.
Yeah.
I find
depending on
that Edelgard works better as an antagonist than as a protagonist. Maybe that's
yeah, I agree. I think she's a better antagonist, but she's a decent protagonist. She's better than Ephraim.
I just can't agree there. Like, honestly, like Three Houses in general kind of has this Shin Megami Tensei type feel. Like, I know it's a dead comparison to bring up, but it's like, what do you view? What is your alignment in this whole like situation? It's like, do you agree with it? It's where you look. Like, kind of like how with SMT you've got these like three sides that you have to side with.
War, chaos, and neutral, if I'm right.
Yes.
Yeah. Well,
Like,
I've got another comparison you could use for this. For maybe people that don't really know SMT, it's really essentially this: if you side with Blue Lions, you side with PlayStation. If you side with Black Eagles, you side with Xbox. And if you side with Golden Deer, you side with Nintendo eating glue in the corner of the room.
yeah, pretty much. That's actually a nice comparison as well.
So does that mean the Ashen Wolves are the kids that still play on their Sega systems?
Yes. Yes.
They're playing on their mobiles. They're playing Candy Crush.
Oh yeah, they're playing on the mobile phones and emulating everything.
Not underground enough. I agree with the Sega take.
You know that Yuri, if he was a gamer, he'd just emulate everything.
Oh, he'd be like me then.
Yeah.
But steering back to Edelgard. I was originally gonna do in the main Fire Emblem group a series where I was gonna review the supports of every Fire Emblem Free House characters, but it just took too long.
Yeah.
I started with Edelgard, so I've read all her supports, and I find with Edelgard, she is when it comes to her supports, she's actually not the interesting character in her supports, but she's a good foil for other characters to develop. Her best examples are with Hanneman and Lysithea, especially Hanneman. That support she has with Hanneman is fucking amazing.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
So the reason they do that, and I think this is kind of true with most of the supports, not necessarily all of them, most of them, with the lords in particular, is they already have a lot of speaking lines, right? And so from a meta perspective, I think it makes sense that you use these supports to develop the other characters more in relation to the main plot, because obviously this is going to be important when you're supporting with the Lord and Byleth, basically. On the topic of specifically what Chris brought up about how they're all kind of close, I think it was last podcast I mentioned this as well, but people in the Empire, nobles in any case, they all live in the capital, right?
Yeah.
Like they have parties together and stuff. High class like society basically is all there. They don't live in their territories. They go back to their territories when they like get taxes or like defend them or whatever. But like basically social life happens in the capital and that's where they all live. And so with that in mind, like all these characters already know each other. And not exactly in the same way as in say in the Blue Lions, right? Where it's kind of hinted that they've been like living, they've been spending like during their childhood, the main the childhood friends were basically spending like their summers together, is what I think I understood, or something like that. Whereas here, it's really they all live like right next to each other, basically, right? It's like every other.
Oh, sorry. You continue.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, so you've got like I think it was Constance and Ferdinand. They have this during the supports where it's like, oh, where's that boy that used to like dance with me at the balls and stuff? And it's just like they have these social events very often, right? So naturally, in a school setting, in an academical setting, like they don't just know each other; they have a pretty good idea of what each of them are able to do and where they stand. And so that part of that part of the background is already taken care of, which is actually pretty big when you think about it. You can just build from there instead of having to go back like further backwards, which is kind of what happens a lot in Golden Deer, for instance, where you really go from like the basics before like building anything. It's just a thought.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I agree with that.
Yeah, I kind of said I can't really chime into it because I do agree, and I don't know what I could say to kind of add on to that. I think you said it pretty well.
I think it's interesting the perspective that provides, though, because I think it also lends to the idea, like you bring up that the golden deer don't have that close knitness for the most part. Well, that kind of brings up more of the idea that their story is the outsider perspective, and then the blue lions and the black eagles both have a more close knit relationship within the houses, but they're different too. So I think that also. What?
I actually read an article, and I think the developer or the director said this about Free Houses, in the fact that he made it that the Golden Deer was to kind of represent the newer kind of Fire Emblems, like Awakening Fates, in terms of personalities and all that. Blue Lions was supposed to represent the very classic days of Fire Emblem, of personalities and all that, and Black Eagles was their new take on the personalities and all that, was their kind of new take on the whole
It's
things and all that. So
interesting.
they kind of were inspired by classic with Blue Lions, modern with Golden Deer, and a completely new concept with Black Eagles.
I'd have to read that, but I kind of see where you're going with that, because if you look at the Black Eagles, as Marmot points out, they all already have established relationships. We're kind of jumping into the middle of their story. The only one that's even kind of an outsider is Petra, and even then, they welcome her in, no questions asked. Edelgard, like, she knows what the situation really is. She's more of a political hostage, and she still says, "No, I care about you." And even Hubert, in his own kind of way, says the same thing. He's like, "Well, you're kind of a hostage, but that doesn't mean we have to be mean to you."
Yeah, but I think we're kind of just a little bit straying away from Edelgard a little bit here.
A little bit, but
Does anyone else
I think it's hard to talk about her without talking about the Empire and the Black Eagles, though.
True. That is very true.
Because one of the things that I will say, and this is where we might be starting to get into the little bit of the controversy, so rein me in if I start to sound like I'm arguing, because I'm really not trying to.
Yes.
The way I see it is, where we're going with this. This really is one of the things that sells me on Edelgard that I don't understand, where people say against her, is they play the other routes and get this impression that she's really standoffish and not really interested in her allies. And well, I played Silver Snow and then Crimson Flower first, so to me it seems more quite the opposite. What we're saying here is, no, the Black Eagles are a very close-knit group, and Edelgard goes out of her way to understand everybody.
Hey, Guy, I completely respect your opinion with that, and I start with Blue Lions. I feel like Edelgard is a very close person, and she is a very respectful person. You just have to read her support with people like Casper and Lysithea and realize that she's kind of got a bit of a mother hen vibe to her.
Yes.
Yeah.
I remember Guy saying that she's kind of a hard ass, and I kind of agreed with that. She'll whip you up into shape, but you kind of do feel like she cares. I don't know if I've ever heard of people saying. I guess the only time I've ever heard people talking about Edelgard not caring about her allies is the whole "Bernadetta's on fire" meme. You know,
I hate that meme.
Yeah,
I hate that almost as much as I hate the Sigurd fire meme.
Well, see, it's even worse here for me, because the gymnastics you have to go through on that map to have that happen.
Yeah.
I also. Oh, sorry.
Anyways.
I was also gonna say you can also kill off Bernadetta before she sets off the fire to the hill. You know, it's like it only procs, like that whole event only procs when you're on the hill. So you could use your entire movement, get to Bernadetta, kill her, and then have that whole thing set on fire before you set Bernadetta on fire.
I don't understand how this not only became a common thing people bring up, but that they bring it up as an actual criticism of Edelgard's character. Like, okay, even if you want to accept that she would let this happen, well, that goes to the other side of her character, where she is determined that this war, as horrible as it is necessary, and she's willing to make these sacrifices to build a better future. So even if you want to twist it that way, it still comes out with the core message that she's building towards something better. It's just Bernadetta has to be sacrificed for it, which I don't even agree with.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, the big factor here that I think people like, as you sort of mentioned, is that people don't see that she cares, and that's the entire difference, isn't it? It's just this is a sacrifice. He's not just like using her as the peon. It is a sacrifice. It is an unfortunate consequence, like, but an unfortunate one, actually.
mm-hmm.
Going back to what Chris said, with the whole burning against on fire, the map actually encourages you not to go on the hill. So it's actually encouraging you not to do that. So
Yeah.
So that says more about the player than it says about Edelgard. Just
yeah. But this is going to be a bit of an unpopular opinion right here. But I believe a lot of people who want to try to put hate on Edelgard just hate Fire and Free Houses, and I'm going to get a bit of flack here. I think they just hate Free Houses because it's popular.
It's okay. I'm gonna actually agree with you because
I agree to an extent.
I agree with you an extent,
It has
especially
flaws, but there are some people who are just being too rational to the game.
yeah. Those are called the Blue Lions fanboys. Gonna just say
Well,
that.
hold on. No, I agree with Jez, but like I touched on a minute ago, I do think for a lot of people, this is obviously a generalization.
Mhm.
But I think for a lot of people, I have noticed that the route you started with does shape your opinions of the game. And that was actually something I was really hoping that over the course of talking about the game and its characters and its mechanics, we would touch on. Because I know for fact going into this that, for example, Grant and I have very, very different views on what the game as a whole is actually about. I don't know exactly where the rest of you stand, and that's something I want to go into because it affects how you see the characters, it affects how you see the different takes on the story, and it affects how you interact with other people in the fandom.
My top 7 favorite Free Houses characters all come from Blue Lions.
Yeah.
See, and then I have like my tops are like a couple of the Black Eagles, a couple of the Blue Lions. Like my top favorites come from all over the place, but most of the bottom ones are the Golden Deer.
Yeah, same. Sorry, Golden Deer fans.
I mean, I'll be fair. A lot like most of my bottom group comes from the Black Eagles, but even then, character writing is just so positive that being at the bottom is basically being at the top in other Fire Emblem games. Just gonna say that.
Yeah. If I was to make an overall tier list, the bottom characters are in C tier, not F.
Yeah.
I would agree with that. Just chiming in on the whole, where do you stand in regards to your first house?
Mm-hmm.
I do agree. I myself started with the Black Eagles and went for the Crimson Flower route first, and I have a stronger attachment to the Black Eagles house. Even though there is one character that I don't like that much in it, I was already out on him before the game even came out, so that's just how it is.
I'm gonna say this, and this is gonna be the only time I'm gonna try to not. I don't mean to stray away from Edelgard a little bit, so I'm gonna make it real quick. When I do encourage new players, and this is not because I'm being biased to Blue Lions, but I do encourage people to play Blue Lions first, and it's purely because the big spoiler in Free Houses is done best on the Blue Lions route, and it's nothing against the other routes. It's just that one chapter just does it better.
Honestly,
Dimitri's reaction really adds a whole another level to that.
I love Crimson Flower, but it just did it best in that route.
Blue Lions has the best build up to it, honestly. Because you see the pieces come together, whereas Crimson Flower, they kind of writing wise make it obvious, and then
See, I think that's an interesting. I think that's an interesting aspect of it, though, because I did it because I started with the Black Eagles. I thought it was pretty obvious, but then I went on and did the Blue Lions and the Golden Deer, and I saw that how the same thing with the Flame Emperor played out, and I was like, wait a minute. Like,
the other reasons why, the other reason why I think the Blue Lions is just the best way to start as well is just because you also fight Leonardo, Mikolan, and the Death Knight, who all have relationships with Blue Lions characters.
Yeah.
that's also a
I think
compelling
that's-
argument.
I think that's one of the many reasons why the Blue Lions route has turned out to be the most popular. Is in general, I think it does seem like part one is written for them. There's other reasons too, and I've even thought about even writing a whole blog post on that, but it really does feel like part one was written for them. And I am of the opinion that Three Houses should have had a different part one for each route and would have benefited from doing so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like they could have stood to be a little bit more distinctive, but at the same time, I'm also kind of the mind that, well, we're the people that played the game 4 times and then complained that we burnt out on it. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, that's the thing. It's like,
True.
oh, I put 600 hours into this game, and this game is terrible. And it's just like you played this game 4 times in a row, and now
yeah,
you're burned out and you think it's terrible. It's just you really like the game the first time, and then the second time it's just because it's been like 3 months since the game came out. Calm down.
Yeah, honestly. I mean,
Mine's
I'm on
on
my
this one.
9th playthrough, so
Like, what other fandom does that? Where it's just like, oh no, I played this game 4 times, and the game's been out for a year.
There's a lot of fandoms that act that way.
oh,
I mean,
there
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, but like,
I mean, one of a series not too far removed from Fire Emblem, the Langrisser series, has people like that. Because
Yeah.
that series is based all around these story branches, so you play the game like 10 times in a row.
oh yeah.
There are Langrisser fans?
I will say
I'm not-
that I will say that anything that gets popular on the internet eventually is going to have a backlash to it. There's always going to be someone that's like X is overrated, rawr, and Three
I mean,
Houses
that's
is
inevitable. That is
Well, that's what I'm
inevitable.
awakening, but that's a story for a different day, I guess.
And for what it's worth, Three Houses for me is kind of like Holy War and Path of Radiance in the sense that there are a lot of people who love these games, but they also have some very vocal detractors. But I still think that overall the fandom generally views those games in a very positive light. They also happen to be my top 3 favorite games, so I'm speaking as a biased party on that.
I think the thing with this podcast as well is that you got 5 people that are really, really, really big fans of the game.
I think that speaks to the game's quality, though, that all 5 of us are coming from such a different angle on it, and we're still agreeing, oh, no, this is great. We just, why is it great? That's where we're coming at a different angle.
But I think we kind of strayed away from Edelgard a little bit here.
We have, but like I said, I think it's kind of hard to discuss. Okay, I'm just going to throw this out there. I think Edelgard is the most important character in the game. I don't think that's arguable.
She is.
Oh, I agree.
Honestly,
I think it's really, really hard to talk about her as a character and as a person without getting off track like that, without going into, oh, well, the other routes portray this, and her route is like this, and the fandom reacted this way. I think it's really, really hard to separate aspects like that, but I think that's a mark of a well done core of a game.
honestly,
as a Victory fanboy, I've got to disagree with you. Nah, I think Edelgard is really important.
honestly, speaking of like it kind of fits given her like she's the match that ignites the whole thing, which fits with her being the Flame Emperor.
Well, and also, the first clue for all of this is that the theme song of the game is sung from her perspective.
Oh yeah. And,
True.
and if you do listen to the lyrics, it makes sense, right?
Yep.
Like you're again this just going back, speaking of the lyrics of that song, to what Guy mentioned earlier, I think, where it was like the understanding of the themes of the game, right, and how that ties into perhaps which house you started with. And for my part, I think the lyrics play into that. And it's not so much about the house itself; um, it's about how having someone close to you makes a world of difference. And in this case, the person that makes the difference is always Byleth, right? And Byleth is the determining factor that makes it so that the path each lord has taken does not go south, basically. And so they're that determining factor in every game. And so it's sort of like there's a theme of loneliness of being at the top, and I guess of just making sure that you have that you are not so totally disconnected that you stray from your path, essentially. And it's really what basically happens to every lord in every round when you're not with them. I don't know if you guys agree. It's just
Yeah, no, I
it
agree.
does
I
play
agree.
into the song. It does play into the song. It does. It's extremely kind of the very reason why Belgard is so much into you, no matter what gender you take, and like kind of digs deep into her whole like the issue, how her supports aren't really about her, is because she's also not giving a lot of information about her in the first place. She only really gives that information to Hubert in some respect, but mostly just you, Byleth, because she considers you to be her near equal, or maybe even the only person she considers better than herself, and that's huge to the teaming of the game. Where it's just like finding that one person that will listen to you, and that you trust in, which is again with Claude is how basically his entire plans don't fuck up because he learns to like speak to other people and like tell his plans and just get people in on it. And with Dimitri, it's basically what brings him back from the brink. So yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah, definitely agree with you there.
There's something I wanted to touch upon something that Guy brought up is that, the way I see it, one of the things I love about how Free Houses handles the route system is that it colors your biases, and it's very much, I think that one thing you can take away is how perspective and biases play into it, because you're always, each route is from a different character's point of view, and the way that character perceives the world defines their reality. It's very much going into Stephen R. Covey type of language. But the way Dimitri or Edelgard or Claude sees the world and what they do to go about achieving their goals, I think, is very much at the core of this game, at the core of the route. I will say that my first route was the Golden Deer route. I actually on Gaiden I had a poll. I was like, all right, guys, which should be my first route? And Golden Deer won, so that's why that was my first route. I will say that my favorite house is the Blue Lions, even though Golden Deer was my first round. I still like Claude the most out of the lords, but
I think a lot of people. I think you four can agree with me here when I say this. A lot of people need to also understand that this game is depending on perspective. There is no true route, and there should not be a true route.
A lot of people
Thank
really
you.
miss that as well. Okay, I see a lot of things that bother me about that. I see two things. People either say, one, that the game should have had a true route, or two, that one of the routes that exists is the true route.
Yeah, Silver Snow or Verdant Wind are the true routes. I find it's a lot of more casual based audience that says it, but it's just really annoying.
I don't understand. I don't understand it. Like, how do you smack face first into the point and still miss it?
like the thing is, that's what hurt Fate so hard is that it had a true route that just undermined the entire premise. That's what would happen to Three Houses if they did that, and I'm glad they haven't. It's that no, we want to keep this ambiguous. In order to keep the ambiguity, you can't definitively say which side won.
I think that also. Oh, go ahead, Christian.
You also can't have a golden route that just kind of throws the main conflict away because you want to make everyone happy. That's like going like because you brought up Revelation. It's like, hey, we want to make sure everyone's happy because I know you guys don't like fighting against your waifus or whatnot, or esbandos. So because this game is focused on waifus and esbandos, I'm talking about Fate still. So it's like, oh, here's a true route. Three Houses. The dating sim aspect of it is way to the side.
It doesn't really even have a dating sim aspect. It's got tea time and an S support for the avatar.
Exactly. And well, also paired endings for other characters, but that's
the GBA has that as well.
True.
Well, yeah, The older Fire Emblem game paired endings, and nobody complained about those. Those are
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
And I think
Um,
that's another thing I think I loved about Three Houses is that you're a teacher and they're students, but you don't S rank them until they've grown up, until the dynamic is a little bit different.
Yes.
Thank you for avoiding that potentially creepy dynamic. That if this were Fates, it totally would have stepped on that. And oh boy,
Oh yeah, I was really afraid before the time skip was announced, or rather before the time skip was leaked, that this sort of would be what would happen, especially when you hear the dialogue from Edelgard in the first trailer, where it's just like, "Oh, my teacher, like promise me that," and I was just like, "Oh no, she's her teacher. What do you do?"
I'm not bothered by it because my wife is Mercedes and she's older than me.
Yeah.
But the one thing I'm also happy Free Houses never did as well is give us a beach DLC. Let's please don't give us a beach DLC.
They gave us like
Please.
yeah. Also, I think we've like veered a bit too far from
Yeah.
Edelgard now. Just
We
wanted
have.
to, but but you see, like all this stuff that like talking about routes and stuff does kind of pertain to Edelgard, but we do have that as a separate point on like our agenda.
Well,
so with that being
I'm in for Edelgard.
so with that being said, it's probably in our best interest to move forward.
I'm cool with that.
All right, Christian, you're up.
You know what? I'm going to talk about Dedue. Because Dedue is a character that I feel is kind of slept on. Like, people, like, I hear a lot of discourse about characters aside from Dedue. And, like, playing FE6 recently, he kind of reminds me a lot of Murdoch. You know, that blind loyalty to someone that isn't all there anymore. But he's like a good guy version of Murdoch. Or bad guy, depending on which route you play. He's basically Murdoch 2.0 from how I view it. Like, yeah, like his people got massacred, and the guy that he supports, Dimitri, he's wanting revenge for that. He's wanting to make sure that his people, that like the Discurians don't face any more death because of something that they didn't do. Something that Dedue is all for. And honestly, the blind loyalty kind of fits because Dedue, like people will bring up that he's blindly loyal and that's like kind of the biggest fault. And it is, but it's also one of the best aspects of him. Like, yes, he's blindly loyal, but who else does he have to turn to? Where else can he go? If he is to if he was not like sided with Dimitri, he's got nothing. Everyone in the kingdom would execute him on sight. And the reputation of Dusker is kind of completely ruined because of like the blame being placed on Dusker for the tragedy of Dusker. And I've said Dusker 5 times already.
I don't want to kind of make this podcast super long. I think you've pretty much summed up on what makes the two great.
I mean, I have because there isn't much to talk about, but I just feel like he's a completely slept on character.
He is definitely a slept on character. I really don't have much to chime on to that. I think you pretty much nailed it.
I mean, there's also his supports because his supports. You'd think he's just a stern guy that is a stone-faced stern guy, but he is just the sweetest guy you've ever met. Like, you know, his supports with Ash, cooking with Flame. I might be mixing Felix. Oh, his Felix support is great because it's like, oh, here's this one ends in a comedic way. It's like, how will you kill me if I'm dead? And Felix is just like, I know you know what I meant.
That part was pretty funny.
One thing I want to bring up about the Deuce support, but this is like kind of a running theme, but especially in the Blue Lions. For whatever reason, there's so many supports around the theme of cooking. It's just a thing in Blue Lions, especially, which is like Mercedes has a lot of them. Annette has a few of them. Most of the Deuce supports involve
Ash.
cooking somehow.
Ingrid.
I feel like that's a theme for a good reason, and the reason is neglectful / shitty parenting. because like you've got like the only parenting examples you see are like Rodrigue and Gilbert, and
I'm not especially bashing the supports for it. I mean, in a world at a time where you don't have as many forms of entertainment, what do you have to look forward to except for food? But that being said, I just one thing I want to mention is just how he's predisposed to teaching people, and I think that's a really cool aspect to his character. He's really into teaching people about his gods. He's really about teaching people about cooking. He's very much strong as a mentor of sorts, and this sort of he's had such different life experiences from everyone else that he can really always bring something new to the table, and that's pretty cool for his house.
My favorite support he has, and I'm not going to go into full detail here because I'm going to go into full detail when we talk about the other character, is his support with Sylvain. I'm not going to go into detail here, but he's my favorite support to do is with Sylvain.
You know, oh, sorry.
I was just going to say that my favorite ending for Dedue is with Ash. I love the implication that they ended racism just by teaching white people to season their food.
Oh god. But you know, I want to
just so I can get that ending.
I want to talk about the whole thing about Dedue being a mentor. I feel that also ties back to how Dusker is basically non-existent anymore, and he doesn't want his traditions to die. You know, he like teaches those Duskerian traditions. He teaches about their faith and everything, so that those aren't just stuff wiped away by the big religion. Because it's like a lot of like going with real world examples. There's a lot of cultures that get wiped out by Christianity.
North America has a few.
North America. I was gonna bring up the Crusades, but that's a whole other topic.
Oh,
Proving that Christianity is not a good thing.
Yeah. But
I was thinking about.
What, are we talking about the genealogy crusaders?
I was talking about. Oh, God.
That's a theme that gets brought up because the Airbenders got wiped out, and then in the comics you see Aang trying to teach people how to be Airbenders, how to bring back the air nomad lifestyle.
Yeah.
You see a bit of that in the actual show too. I remember.
I mean, like pretty much Dedue is kind of like Aang, only if Aang was an angry giant in a way.
That's a bit. I think you're pushing the comparison a bit far because they're only really similar in that one respect.
Well, I mean that's what I meant was like the aspect of the whole like pushing their culture wise, like keeping their culture going, because as like Grant pointed out, Aang kind of teaches people how like his culture did stuff, like his culture that's been gone 100 years, while Dedue and his culture has been gone like for just a short while longer. He's like, hey, I'm gonna make sure you guys know how we cooked stuff, how we did our worshipping. You know, just that passing around of different cultures. That's the big similarity I was pointing out.
So a thought that occurred to me is that each of the Lord's retainers is kind of reflective of who they are in a way. So for Edelgard, she has Hubert, who's very tactical, very cunning. Claude's the closest thing he has to a retainer is Hilda, and she's kind of goofy, and even though she'll help him out, she can potentially leave him. And then with Dimitri, Dedue is extremely loyal. His life was ultimately was very much affected by the tragedy of Dusker, like all the Blue Lions.
And it is very much intentional, right? It's just like, yeah.
Yeah, so I guess that's kind of the point. Is Dedue feels very much like the perfect retainer for someone like Dimitri, someone who's he's both perfect and not perfect. Because on the one hand, he's extremely loyal, but on the other hand, Dimitri does need kind of need someone to call him out at times. Because oh boy, he can go off the deep end.
Also to remind him not to eat the wings. But
Yes, exactly.
Pretty much.
To do his best for China just by that.
All right.
I mean,
so go on.
pretty much. Actually, you kind of summed up everything I was gonna say. Never mind, guys. It just processed through my mind a bit slow. That's all.
So does anyone else have anything they'd like to add about the do?
Have we talked about the sacrifice he makes in the Crimson Flower Path?
I was about to bring that up.
Yeah, because I think that was mentioned. Both how in Crimson Flower he becomes this. He uses the Creststone because he's that devoted, that he doesn't mind like putting his life on the line. And although it's been said so many times throughout the game, like he puts his words where his mouth is, and just like goes through with becoming a monster for Dimitri, literally, which really sells the whole thing. And not just any monster, one of these brutes, like giant ones. I don't remember what they're called. And I just wanted to mention also how in the Golden Deer route, he just becomes this like stalking avenger that will stop at nothing in order to try and take it all guard down, and then you have to save his ass. But it's interesting to see to have maps where he just appears and it's like going all in. Like it's just a nice aspect to his character that he's truly devoted to Dimitri, and it shows even in the other path.
Yeah. I think I don't really have anything else to say on the do personally, because I feel like a lot of my characters I've just realized are pretty simple people.
Well,
I don't really have much to chime in
I'm glad
anymore.
you guys brought that up because that, and there's nothing wrong with sympathy.
Yeah,
I do
I
kind of
agree.
agree though that
I mean, Chris likes simple people, like he
that's
likes
kind
his
of cool
characters.
about to do is just he's willing to go so much for him. I'm sorry. Could you repeat that more?
Oh no, I was just going to make a jab at Chris, and then you started on something, so I stopped.
Yeah.
Because Chris, he likes
Yeah,
the
man.
simple axe wielders. It's been a thing.
It has. I like my axeman. I won't lie about that.
Are we ready to move on then?
I think
I'm ready.
so.
Yes.
So we're moving on to the next character.
Yes.
Guy, I guess you're up.
Oh, okay. My turn.
Hello.
Yeah. Hi.
Hear
Hello.
you.
Anyone hear me?
Yeah.
So
We can hear you.
Yeah. Okay,
I can
good.
hear you
Okay,
guys.
Whew.
We good?
That was temper.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
I think we're good.
Okay.
Goodness.
Well, I guess I'll keep the Blue Lions train rolling. Let's talk about Gilbert. So,
I love Gilbert.
I Gilbert, one of my actual legit favorites in this game.
Gilbert.
Caesar.
Okay, so before I really talk about Gilbert himself, the thing that drew me to Gilbert was kind of a personal thing for me because my father was never in my life. And so you'd think I would be more interested in relating to Annette on that regard, but I wanted to take the chance to see the other side of that story. What drives a father to leave their children behind? And Gilbert continues the theme that I touched on earlier of the Blue Lions being all about survivor's guilt. He feels that he's not worthy, and he doesn't understand that that he only hurt himself and his family by leaving. and I think he just ties into that theme so well, and I don't know. I guess that's just the interesting thing to me.
Yeah, anyone that says that the new Fire Emblem, and I'm also counting Echoes here as well. The people who say Awakening Fates, Echoes, and Free Houses cannot write a realistic based character to save their lives needs to read on the Gilbert and Annette's relationship, because that is really really realistic.
It hits home for me. That's why I really wanted to talk about him. Is
And even though it hasn't happened to me, I've got too many friends in my life that are fatherless, and they're all in similar situations that Annette has to go through. And it's very interesting that Free Houses was able to give that audacity where they can write in the father character to see his perspective. Because if they never really gave us that Gilbert character, we'll just all think that Annette's dad is a piece of shit.
yeah,
Yeah, and to be fair, he does make a lot of mistakes, right? I think it's easy if you relate too much with it to despise him. In fact, I know many, maybe not many, but that would be that's putting it a bit too high. But I know a few people who absolutely despise him, um, notably because it resonates a bit too hard with them.
Yeah.
yep,
And so I think it's interesting to have that perspective as well. And I think one of the kind of the issue we see here is that Gilbert has that entire survivor's guilt comes into play, and how I guess in a sort of way you have to assume that he thinks that staying with his family would hurt them more than it does leaving them, which is sort of the twisted mentality a lot of suicidal people and others like inevitably get up to. Unfortunately, it's just the mental space you get in where you're just like you don't value yourself as a person. Not only do you not value yourself, but you put yourself down to the point where you think you're a detriment to another person's life. And I think that's kind of the angle we're going at with we're going at here in Gilbert's case, just on the general tone of his character, and because he's a religious sort of character, he ends up joining a church, which is also again plays into these very Christian tropes, right? Where it's just like this entire thing of well, you can't kill yourself, for instance, because that would be like that's a sin, right? So you devote yourself to God instead. And it's sort of to me it plays into these themes very strongly and very overtly.
I
Um,
agree with that.
Yeah, I remember last podcast, and I'm not going to repeat myself because I've said it in the last podcast about how the Annette part of the Gilbert relationship. So I'm going to just say this unique take on Gilbert. If anyone dislikes Gilbert, they have the right to dislike him, but you can't call him a poorly written character. He is well written. He's just not a likable guy.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
agree with that.
You know what's funny about that? I remember reading about Three Houses on TVTropes.com where they mentioned that people in Japan kind of get the idea that a father is kind of leaving his family for reasons. I think it said something having to do with honor, whereas here in the West we tend to view that
Cowardly.
yeah, as cowardly. We tend to view that in a negative way. So there's a part of me that feels like there's a bit of culture that's coming. There's a cultural difference coming about from this that because we have to remember they're released in Japan first, and they're written by Japanese writers. So there is sort of that ideal. There is sort of the idea that it's written from someone with a different point of view, might view things differently, and I think this might be an instance of that. I know it had other. I know that like Bernadetta's story is also kind of viewed somewhat differently over in Japan for different reasons, but it's sort of that idea that comes to mind. So that's what I think of when I think of Gilbert.
Man, well, there's not really much else to chime in. It's really hard to chime in about Gilbert because he's only really in one path and he has such limited interactions. And I
Mm-hmm.
feel like we've kind of chimed in about Gilbert already because we've already talked about Annette, and a big part of Annette is with Gilbert.
Oh, go ahead, Chris.
I feel like he's a big part of the Blue Lion story and the whole thing about survivor's guilt in general. Like,
Yeah.
like he kind of feeds Dimitri's whole guilt thing too, because especially in the time skip, you've got both Dimitri, whose like guilt has caught up with him to the point of making him insane, and then you've got Gilbert, who feels just as guilty and thinks that Dimitri's in the right to be this type of person, doesn't care to actually.
And also he enables him, right? And it becomes this kind of toxic relationship where he's just like, there's a bit of an aspect of do what I say, not what I do, where it's just like, well, no, you have to keep on living. I'll die if I have to. Don't worry about that. But you need to survive, right? And it kind of it comes to that contradicting perhaps the whole the whole message he's trying to pass on, and it's just it really doesn't help Dimitri, and I think it plays into why Dimitri stays in the slump that he is in until much further into the story. I think that plays a part.
I also, it's interesting to also chime in that Gilbert essentially takes over the Dadu role in the Blue Lions round and becomes the Hilda and Hubert of the Blue Lions round.
Yeah.
So,
but again, it plays into how these characters are meant to kind of be foils or reflective of the Lord, right? You mentioned it earlier, even. So Gilbert at that point is much more representative of Dimitri than Didu would be.
Have you guys ever this is briefly with Didu, and I should have said this with the Didu part. Sorry, I'm going to be quick. Have you guys ever played Danganronpa 2?
Not too, no.
I kind of their relationship, Didu and Dimitri's relationship's a bit like I forget their names, but Pekko Pekayama reminds me a bit of Didu in the fact that he thinks he's just really a tool for another person. But yeah, that's another talk for another day. With Gilbert, yeah, I feel like you pretty much nailed it on the head with that. He kind of is a foil to Dimitri.
And just one thing I wanted to add, and this is from my perspective as an avid anime consumer, just the way these Japanese tropes and how they're written, right? On the topic of how, like the parents, the fathers especially, like thieving have been portrayed in Japanese media. It is my experience through I have seen countless anime, and this is the prominent tropes in them where it's like the classic, oh, they don't have a father for whatever reason. It's because he's either away, like repenting for something, or like making money, like in a different country or whatever. And just father figures, it's not rare for them to disappear, right? And for a lot of older animes, it's just normal. And progressively throughout the years, I've noticed a trend where this is perceived to be a bad thing more and more. So I think that was an interesting thing to point out regarding what Grant like mentioned earlier.
Yeah, in fact, I actually have that page on TV Tropes open. I even quoted it down in the both Discord and on Twitch stream. But it's funny because I'm reading this, and we even think about it's even talking about Cyril and Rhea and how they're perceived. That's sorry. It's a little too interesting to me, and it kind of does make me wonder a little bit how how people's perceptions of Gilbert also kind of tie into their perceptions of fatherhood. Because when Guy started this, he talked about his personal life and how that kind of influenced how he viewed Gilbert. So I guess what I'm kind of saying is, in a way, it seems like Gilbert's sort of a Rorschach test for how a person views fatherhood and fathers in particular, and what their personal experience with them is. Because, like you guys have been saying, that really does hit home for a lot of people. So that could bring out some very strong emotion.
Yeah.
I really don't have much else to say about Gilbert. I think we pretty much, well, you guys have pretty much said all that I really need to say about Gilbert. Except for the fact that I find it funny that the dude absolutely destroyed him in a conversation. But yeah, no, there's nothing really else.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
then I guess it's time to move on. I guess that's my turn. So I guess I'll pick. So the character I'm going to pick is Catherine. Um, so Catherine's kind of she's kind of similar to Cyril in the sense that a lot of people will often view her negatively for, to quote Christian from earlier, being a Rhea simp, quote unquote. And I don't know why, but Catherine's always kind of given me Titania vibes. For those of you who played the Tellius games, it's like she's kind of this older lady who's kind of this badass fighter who kind of mentors anyone she kind of takes under her wing. Um, I love her supports with Shamir because they really do kind of bounce off each other. Shamir's a lot more serious and grounded. Catherine's a bit more lighthearted, a bit more okay. Let's go fight. Let's go party. Like I could totally see Catherine getting into like a bar fight if Three Houses had them.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's what kind of stuck out to me about her. Is like, all right, well, she's a bit she's loyal to a fault. Of all the Knights of Saros, I think she's the one who actually commits an atrocity. Because I'm thinking of the Crimson Flower route where Rhea's like, burn this town. Really? Yes. Okay. Like right at the end of the game.
If you want your free houses Camus, well, there you go. It's Catherine.
It really is.
It can be either her or Hubert, basically, right?
I disagree.
Hubert's bit more. It's Hubert's an interesting one, but Catherine definitely acts like a Camus.
Yeah, I think it's more Catherine.
I can't in good conscience call Hubert a Camus because Camus always have kind of a regret against going against the like main party. Did Hubert? It's just like, hey, I see you like are against me. I have to take you out. I
You know,
don't
that's
have.
fair. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah.
Meanwhile, with Catherine, it's like in Crimson Flower, it's like, okay, Rhea has gone nuts, and I see that now, but I can't let the church. I can't let this empire take over. So I have to. So I'm gonna have to lay my life on the line, but that's sadly my fate now.
Yeah, Catherine. I feel like the best support Catherine has, in my opinion, is with Ash, because it kind of shines light on her stance on knighthood and how she kind of brings Ash to reality that knights tend to sometimes do scummy shit. They're not as virtuous as Ash thinks them to be, and Catherine's a good example of that. And I really like the dynamic between Catherine and Ash because Ash can't stand Catherine because he can't because Catherine killed Ash's Ash's stepbrother.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing here is Catherine is really the one that gives him a reality check, right? Even though countless other characters have tried to do the same, Catherine is the one who nails it in. It nails it in, right? It's just like, no, look at me. I am a knight right now. I'm doing these things that you hate. What do you do? What are you going to do about it?
She's clearly said that she's killed people because she's been told to kill them, even if they come off as innocent.
Yeah.
She'll kill innocents if she gets told she has to kill innocents.
And it's not her place to think about it, and she doesn't.
That line of thinking
flashes Berea.
That line of thinking scares me. We're just gonna, screw my conscience. I got orders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually think Catherine doesn't have a conscience. I think Catherine just has no qualms of killing at all. She comes off as a very friendly person, but I think if she got ordered to kill you, even if she's really close to you, she will kill you.
The one instance where she seems to have any regret is with her ex, basically, her fiance, I forget his name. What was
Kristoff?
it? Yes.
Ash's adopted brother?
Yeah, him. So that's the only instance where you really get the sense that she has like regrets still. You don't really get that feeling for anyone else.
Yeah, she's a good example that, like, you know how, like, we were saying how Edelgard, even though she can be a good guy, she can be a bad guy. I honestly believe Catherine can be both a good guy and a bad guy. She definitely has merits of being a bad guy as well as being a good guy.
She's like the most truest soldier you can get, to be honest. It's like the most soldier of a soldier you can get. It's like she will obey an order, and though much like most soldiers in stories, when they realize that things have truly gone to crap, like it's too late.
This is where she's different from Titania, like intrinsically, right? Where Titania is a very virtuous person. She's very much aligned with mercenaries now because she's with the people who she thinks like are doing the most good. She's into the whole idea of mercenaries who won't ask for money from people who can't pay for their services if they really needed the help. And this humane generosity, if you will, really contrasts with Catherine, where the only similitude they have is just how inherently powerful they are as
Yeah,
people.
they're very powerful women. I like the yin and yang aspect of Shamir and Catherine as well, because you got Shamir, who's very cold and distant, but she kind of does care. And then you got Catherine, who comes up as very vibrant and bubbly, but she'll just get you if she needs to get you.
Yeah.
It's a very, very interesting dynamic they have, because when you look at both of them, you think Shamir would be the more ruthless of the two, but it's really Catherine. That is.
Her boss convo with Jamia too is pretty great. And it makes sense since they can't get their A together, I think, under those circumstances. So it's pretty cool. Where it's just like, well, it was inevitable that it came to this, and when in fact, like it is not. It's just from their biased perspective in the context of this part is. But like normally, like they actually have a pretty good chance of hooking up, which is interesting. But I think Catherine overall has very good support with Shamir, Dimitri, Ash, and Lawrence, I guess.
Lawrence, I didn't even know she had a support of Lawrence.
I think. Am I mistaken? No, I think. Yeah, because he has this whole like, no, this is not a noble should act. This is how a noble should act and how a noble should fight. And he's like, you can't even touch me. And they have this entire like support going on, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, I'll have to read up on that after this podcast then. Yeah, in my opinion, the only really supports that like I've kind of honed in on Catherine were her supports with both Ash and Shamir, because they just kind of seem like the two characters that Catherine would have the most interesting dynamics with.
You know, now that you bring up supports, there's also her support with Leone, which is actually pretty good. It's one of those.
I don't remember
supports-
that one right now. Yeah.
So yeah, Leone being Leone, she wants to work hard, she wants to train, she wants to get better. And Catherine's like, all right, let's show me what you got, and then that's kind of where the supports go. That's the overall general direction. I could be wrong on this, and I'm not probably am, but I don't recall Leone actually bringing up Geralt during those supports.
Oh,
It's just-
what? Awesome.
It's just very much I want to be I want to be stronger. I want to be more powerful fighter. Just help me out. And that was kind of a fun one because that's Catherine mentoring her in a neat way.
And in my opinion, any support where Leone isn't mentioning Geralt is a win for Leone.
I mean, pretty much. Let's be fair here.
That is one of the few memes that I'm kind of okay with. Is the whole Leone wants to get in Gerald's pants. It's like, well, she does bring him up so much. I get to see why someone would think that.
Yeah.
I hate them. I hate those memes, but that's my personal taste.
Yeah, a lot of Fire Emblem memes do get overused.
Mm.
All right, does anyone else have anything they'd like to add about Catherine before we move on?
Sort
Nah,
of.
you guys covered it pretty well.
All right, Marmot, you're up.
Oh, geez. Let's talk about Hilda. Let's talk about Hilda. How about we talk about Hilda?
Hilda,
Hilda, Hilda.
Yeah.
Build up.
I think Hilda is one of the most interesting characters in the game from a narrative perspective, just because, as we've mentioned numerous times so far, she's the only quote unquote retainer, if you'll call her that, that can actually uh, be recruited away from her house, right?
Right.
Um, and more on that later. But I think Hilda has this entire dynamic where her entire thing is that she's hiding her actual expertise, right? Not just expertise, but her talents in general. Where everything she puts on is either fake and just leaves in enough that people will naturally want to help her out. And I think that's an interesting take on this sort of character because usually people don't like those types of characters like her and Dorothea, who kind of some people would say take advantage of people. Um, and Hilda will often say in her supports where it's just she's not taking advantage of people. People want to take advantage of her, so they do things for her, and she's just playing the game knowing that. And I think that's very interesting, and it's something that Sylvain's support, I think, brings up directly. And the way this plays into how Hilda's entire character is just that she's an incredibly capable woman that doesn't want to put in the effort, that doesn't want to live up to these expectations of just being someone with exceptional talent and just what that implies and what she would have to do in order to realize them and put them into effect. It's just like too much for her, and she's just like she really only does it because she has to, and she'll basically her life turns around this idea of avoiding that. And this is seen in not just the way she handles politics, and it's not that she doesn't understand these politics. It's made very clear in the different ways that she interacts with Claude and Lawrence in particular. It's not that she doesn't understand them, it's just that she's not interested in them. And in that same way, it's not that she can't fight; she's just not interested in fighting. It's not that she can't do any one given thing; she can always do the thing. She's exceptional at doing the thing. She doesn't want to do the thing, and what she wants to do is basically get away from all these. I guess she's a character that's very much she feels like she's being like repressed in a way, which is a ongoing theme with GD in particular, but it's the theme we see in other houses. But you see that with characters like Ignatz, for instance, where it's just like the weird expectations people have of you, what that implies for your future, and like how you want to get away from that. And it also plays into Lawrence and Claude's themes, obviously, because it's kind of the main thing going on with the game. And so an interesting support that I really like about that Hilda has with Claude, how Claude eventually talks about his mom and how she ran away, basically marrying into another country, and she just like gave up on all these politics. And Hilda's really into that idea, and I think that's the interesting part. I think that's the part that kind of sells me on why Hilda would be able to be recruited away. It's just that she doesn't, even if she's like friends with Claude, she's like, are they so close that she wouldn't take the chance of just running away from all of it? And I think she would. I think it's the angle you're going for when you're looking at Hilda and her aspirations. Is just you really get that feel during that support that this is kind of a dream scenario, basically. I'd like to listen to what you guys have to say on the matter, because I
Well,
think, yeah,
yeah, I've got some strong opinions on Hilda. One thing I want to start with is this is a fun little tidbit about Hilda and why I think Hilda is probably one of the smartest body characters in the game. Have you ever noticed that she's the only person that suspected that Monica wasn't Monica?
yeah,
Yeah.
She
Yeah.
was the only one that said that. And she says it in all the routes that she does not think Monica is Monica. She thinks it's sus.
I actually want to bring that up. Sorry to interrupt you, but I feel like knowing how like Hubert in part 2 interacts with those who slither, I feel like he knew Monica wasn't Monica either.
Yeah.
I think it's safe to. I mean, I think it's safe to know that both Hubert and Edelgard were obviously aware of.
I don't think Edelgard was properly aware that Monica was Kronya, but I think Hubert would.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's if Edelgard knew Monica was Kronya, she wouldn't have associated with Monica that casually. The thing I want to chime in about Hilda though, and what I really like about Hilda, is that I find Hilda and Claude's relationship to be a lot like Hector and Aliwood's. And Hilda to be the Hector in the relationship, and Claude to be the Aliwood of the relationship. Where Hilda will fight a battle that she doesn't really need to be part of because she's fighting with her best friend, and she'll lay down her life for her best friend in the Crimson Flower route. Even if she says she's this lazy, I don't give a crap character, she does give some. She does give a shit in a way. She wouldn't have fought with Claude that many times if she didn't give a shit about Claude.
That's the fun part of her character, right?
Yeah.
It's another case of ultimately she does care too much to just let things happen when they could turn bad, right? It's the way you see it in the Mayans and others.
Chris, you can agree with me here. Because you've done Verdant Wind, and because that was your first route. Hilda was the character that gave you the most influence when it came to war strategies other than Claude. So she obviously gave a shit about that as well. She's definitely the Hector in Claude's dynamic, where she's the best friend Claude can rely on.
Yeah.
And she's the brute of the two as well. And she's the one that people don't take seriously. But she can be serious if she needs to be serious.
Yeah, that's pretty on point.
I do have a rebuttal to that take, and it's not to say that I don't agree with it on a fundamental level. It's more so that this is kind of as you reach a support, maybe you can buy into this, but it's important to remember that Claude and Hilda have known each other for maybe a year at most at this point in the game, right? When I'm going during White Clouds, what I'm trying to say basically is that um, there's a limit to how close they can be and how close they actually are, and it's the way their relationship becomes less superficial, just as each and every other one of Claude's relationships, basically, as they become less superficial post time skip because they spend this time together. Then I would agree, and I agree with that take when you look at Hilda during the post time skip chapters. But before that, I would disagree, which is why I think that you could recruit her away.
One thing that really gets me about Hilda and what frustrates me when I talk to some people about, especially the anti-Hilda fans, is that they always say to me, "She's a dumb bitch." She's not dumb, and she's not a bitch. She's super smart. She has some of the smartest dialogue in the game. She's super cluey about Fodlan. She doesn't like to make it out she is, but she really is. She's the one who gives Claude advice and Vernon Wynn to use disguises. She gives a lot of genuine advice as a pseudo tactician for Claude, even though Claude's a tactical person as well. She's kind of like the proofreader for Claude. And she's not mean spirited either. Yeah, she manipulates people, but she manipulates people who she knows one, doesn't mind being manipulated, or two, deserves to be manipulated. When she manipulated Marianne for the first time and realized that she's incompetent and she's super doubtful, Hilda's entire attention stopped being about manipulation and was all about helping Marianne out.
Yeah.
A nasty person would not do that. A nasty person will continue to drill on Marianne. But like Hilda's very nice to Annette as well, because Annette's another person that doesn't really want to be manipulated and really needs a friend. Like, of course she's going to manipulate people like Lorenz and Sylvain and Mercedes, because they're either arrogant assholes or don't mind doing the work.
In Lorenz and Sylvain's cases in particular, it's evident to her that they're trying to gain something out of her, and so she doesn't feel bad about it at all.
At all. And with Mercedes, she just doesn't mind doing that kind of work because she gets an enjoyment out of it.
Mm-hmm. And so it's just like she's finding a way to always like get away with it in a fun way.
I would even push the boundaries and say that Hilda's probably the one, like, if it wasn't for Raphael and maybe Ferdinand, I'd say that Hilda's probably the friendliest person in Three Houses.
Ash is also really friendly, and
Ash is a very friendly guy as well. Yeah. A lot of people think she's mean-spirited. I think she's the opposite. I think she's a super nice person. I think she's the type of person that would want to help you out.
That's weird that someone could find Hilda of all people mean-spirited. The first thing that always comes to my mind when it's Hilda is lazy. Anyone have you guys read her supports with Sedith?
I have.
It's so good.
Like that first support, like I felt her fear. Like you could just tell he's so close to seeing all her excuse and seeing through her BS, but he just pulls away at the last minute. Like I remember my heart was beating. I was like, "Holy crap, Hilda! Ah, you're gonna get shot."
I mean,
like even thinking about it now, holy cow.
I was worried that Hilda was gonna be another Sarah, and I'm so glad I was wrong.
I mean, I like Sarah.
I like Sarah.
I actually really like Sarah.
I like Sarah too.
Well, but we don't need a second Sarah in Fire Emblem.
That's a fair take. But yeah, no, I think Hilda is just in general has great supports. Again, like so many other characters in this cast, right? I can't think of anyone's support I really dislike with her.
Yeah. She's essentially the Sylvain of the Golden Deer House. She's just a very likable character when you throw into her in supports.
Well, to be fair, she's not a womanizer or a. She doesn't have that aspect, but I guess she's like him, I guess, in the sense that they're both likable. By the way, since we're on the topic of supports, Hilda and Annette, that was another great one.
That was weird at the end, though. I thought it was a bit weird at the end.
I mean, the Yuri shipper in my heart give me a nice support, but that's all there is to it.
I love the Casper A support.
I was about to bring that up. Thank you.
I'm so sorry.
No, go. That one's one of the best.
I'll let you talk about it then.
Well, like I just like I'm bringing it up right now. I'm looking at her supports.
It's being linked to death. It's a very good dynamic they have going on.
Yeah, I mean, Caspar's such a clueless guy that it's just hilarious.
Have you guys seen the meme where the person's in the bathtub and like they got a leg out and it's like, do you need a lifeguard? And they're like, the person's like, no, I'm in a bath. That's literally the Casper Hilda relationship.
They actually did a fan art of that.
Yeah, they did. They did.
That's my favorite. That's my favorite fan art thing because, like, Hilda's coming on to him, and it's like he's dumb as a fucking brick.
I love Casper, but fucking hell. Talk about not picking up the signs.
I think one of the interesting things about it is that it's the only one where I feel that Hilda is actually coming on to a guy, and because I don't have that I really don't get that feeling from the Lorenz support in particular, but not even her Cloud support. But for Caspar in particular, he really does, and it plays off great, and it's just the entire meme where it's just like, gosh, you're so fucking stupid. Get in my bed.
Yeah.
No offense to the Free Houses male cast. Oops, sorry. No offense to the Free Houses male cast, but let's be real. You've got Sylvain, who's just the biggest douchebag in existence. You've got Claude, who's literally Hilda's bro, and then you've got Ignatz, who's a wimp. You've got sorry, Ignatz is more than that. Raphael, who isn't exactly the type of guy girls would go for, and Lorenz, who is Lorenz.
Well, you also got Balthus thanks to DLC. They have an A support.
Oh,
Yeah, they do. Yeah,
So it took a
and
DLC before one of the Golden Deer guys could get with her.
Yeah.
so yeah, Hilda, right? Because her A support with Lawrence is a bit weird. It comes up as just, would you prefer marrying my brother? Actually, you want me to introduce you? It's kind of the lasting feeling I get from that one. But
I
yeah,
have this mental image. Holst, it literally looks like a pink hair Sylvain.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, I wish we saw a whole like.
I really wish we did. Yeah.
Yeah, same here. Honestly, he should have appeared as an NPC during Hilda's paralogue.
No, they cop out and it's like, oh no, he's sick. Please save us.
That's what I'm saying. Actually, no. You know what? He should have appeared in. He should have appeared in Edelgard's paralogue, which is just a reskin of Hilda's paralogue, and just have it be like, oh, they need our help now that we control the place. Wait, no, it's actually an ambush. You're gonna have to face Holst now.
That would have been good. I would have liked that a lot more than whatever we got.
Like have Nardell and Holst team up to try to take down Edelgard. That actually would have been nice.
Who here believes that they could beat an arm wrestle, could win against an arm wrestle with Hilda? Because I don't think I would.
No,
No.
Like,
She'll slam your hand through the body.
Is Dimitri the only character that has more strength than she does?
Yes. Like
yeah.
I think I mean, Dimitri actively breaks his weapons just by casually swinging them. I think Hilda would still have to try.
Her raw strength though makes her a prime user to be a Wyvern Lord. My God, did she make a good Wyvern Lord?
Oh, unit wise, I think she's easily one of the top tier characters in the game. But yeah.
Yeah.
She's
another.
Well, she's not as good as the Lords, but yeah, she's still a pretty good character in her own right.
She's I see her as an AT unit.
Yeah, I was gonna bring up did she really have much knowledge about like what was going on with Elmyran children left at the border? Because it seemed like in the paralogue with her and Cyril, she was kind of shocked to learn about that.
I think she would have a tad of knowledge, but not to the knowledge that some of her haters would make her out to have.
Like
it definitely comes from a beginning place of like what's the word? Privilege, right? Where it's just like, oh, clearly we're offering them a better life by getting them under a servitude or whatever. And it's just like very problematic as a way of thinking, but it makes sense in the context that we have. That said, and it's kind of interesting that her take doesn't seem to change too much through her support with Cyril. But yeah.
I think the last thing I want to chime in about Hilda, I know maybe some of you guys want to say something about Hilda soon as well, but the last thing I want to say is that I really hope that we get a harmonized Hilda combination in Heroes. That'll be interesting.
Oh yeah. Okay. I was like, took me a second. I was like forgetting about FE4 Hilda.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Mix them two together. That'll be an interesting combination.
Oh boy. Oh boy, I don't
Those
know.
are like polar opposite characters. Holy cow!
They were like, I feel like people that think of Hilda as like as horrid as they believe she is are thinking of FE4 Hilda.
Yeah.
Maybe you should talk about that Elda.
Just don't in a casual Fire Emblem community say Hilda is a monster of a character because they think you're trying to free houses Hilda.
Yeah, I know.
It makes me wonder if we ever get a FE4 remake, if they're gonna have to change FE4 Hilda's name to be a little bit different.
They'll probably name it like Hildegrand or something like that.
I want her to be called Heidi.
Heidi, oh god.
Heidi.
Please
Well,
no.
that fit. That fit, but that'd be my whole rant on the name Heidi, so I'm not gonna say that.
All right then.
To any Heidis in the audience, I'm not sorry.
So, I'm trying to think. There's something on the tip of my tongue about Hilda. I can't. Yeah. So Hilda, the quote delicate flower that has ridiculous strength, and is super lazy too. That is something I will say.
I love Hilda. She's definitely one of my favorites.
Yeah.
Alrighty then. I guess we can move on. Once again, we come back to Jez.
Oh boy, let's start with let's do with Flame then. I talked about the Flame Emperor last time. Now let's talk about the Flame Emperor today.
Boo.
I'll exit. See you guys.
You literally went there. Oh god.
All hail Emperor Flame.
I really like Flame. Flame's just that wholesome character you just want to protect. I know this sounds a bit superficial that this is the first thing I'm going to talk about Flame, but I love her voice. She has my favorite voice in Free Houses. I just love how she's got this kind of curious knowledge tone to her voice. It really works to her character. And I made a poll in one of the groups, and I've gone, do you guys see Flame as an adult or a child? And a lot of people have gone, no, we see Flame as a weird alien when it comes to personality. And I feel like that really describes Flame because you've got all these kind of supports where she's this clueless moron. And then you've got all these other supports where she's like the most knowledgeable character in the cast. With one of my personal favorites is when she's making random noises with Raphael. She's like, that's a great one. Another one is her supports with Felix, where she's gone, I wish we could have a world where we cut fruit and wood instead of our enemies.
And then she has him playing Fruit Ninja.
Yeah, essentially. But she's also got a couple of really cute romantic options as well with Ferdinand and Ignatz, where it's a lot more interesting. And we dive into her lore with Ignatz as well, where the kind of hint that she's Cephaline kind of comes out. And that's the thing. Flame may be a goofy kind of fun character, but she's also super important into the Frozen history. She's one of the four saints, surprisingly. And she's like the what's it called in Alib, the healer and like the legendary healer Alamine or whatever her name is.
Elamine, yeah.
Elamine. She's essentially the Elamine of Frodlin.
Yeah.
But she's also in a way the Noe of Frodlin. And that's what I love about Flame is that she kind of has all these different types of personalities to her, and it's really great that they've kind of come back to the whole. She's a Manakate, but she can act her age, but she's also a child, but she can act her age as well. And she just has a lot of really fun supports because of that. And her fish obsession has led to some of the greatest memes in the Fire Emblem community.
I think out of all the characters that do this in the series, she's the one that sells we just mature at a different rate and in a different way, like the best. She sells it the best. Where it's just like you do accrue a lot of knowledge, maturity in different aspects if you live that long, no matter what, right? but at the same time, just maybe at an emotional level and at a maybe a decision making level, just not quite there yet.
But yeah,
Um,
she is a mature person because she does side with Rhea. She knows that being with Rhea is the smartest option for her, and she's just she's just she is a smart, clever character that has a lot of knowledge to her, as well as this kind of innocence. And my personal favorite thing about Flame as well is that she has this great mannerism to her. I love how she speaks to characters. She has this kind of way of speaking, very old style, but she's very childish with her words as well.
uh, yeah, I think another aspect of her, you mentioned her curious nature, and that makes sense given what we know of her history, where she just basically woke up not too long ago, and so the modern world, quote unquote, is so very, very different from what she knew, right? And so, like, her inquisitive nature, the way she talks to other characters and invites like people to talk about their takes, basically, just the way she gets that out of the other characters is really neat. And also, obviously, the way she gets Ignatz to talk about her in all kinds of ways, just because she kind of she it's fun to see a character actually getting flustered about the legends that people say about them. I
Yeah.
think it's an interesting take.
Guy, Chris, Grant, you got anything about Flame?
I was gonna. Okay, so one of the biggest things about Flame is, you said that people view her as kind of an alien, right?
A sheltered alien.
Sheltered alien. It kind of fits because, as we said, like she was hidden away for so long.
Yeah.
And
She's one of those homeschool weirdos.
I mean, I take offense to that, but
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry if you. I don't mean to.
I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. I was homeschooled, but I've met plenty of homeschooled weirdos. So, but yeah,
Oh, I had no idea you were homeschooled. I would not have been able to tell.
Hey, I
fourth to
learned.
eighth grade, fourth to eighth grade. But yeah, anyway,
Yeah, continue.
but yeah, she carries herself in both a mature and childish way at the same time. It's like she's got a propensity for sweets, like most small characters would. She into like her supports with Raphael and all that. You can like kind of infer that it's all about like her trying to reingratiate with humanity again because it's been so long. Because how long ago do you think she assumed? Like we don't get an official time of when she went into hiding, but she probably went into hiding long before, like a bit before the church was actually started.
Well, if you can do the maths and read in the library, you could actually pinpoint the time.
Yeah, I think it was implied that she got hurt and she got hurt through war proper and then went into slumber. So she basically missed out on all of it.
So it's been 1,000 years at least.
Yeah, could give or take that.
Yeah, give or take 1,000 years. So like her ingratiating with society, it's like, oh, all these people, they're weird, but they're fun, like Raphael and doing the whole screaming contest, or testing to see if weaponry in that we use right now could be used for a purpose that isn't violence, like the whole Fruit Ninja game with Felix.
Yeah. My only biggest complaint with Flame is that she lacks a sisterhood with the characters. She doesn't really have any dominant female supports, which just is unfortunate.
Yeah, no. Now that you mention it, I can't think of any.
Manuel is her only one.
I feel that's kind of intentional, to be honest, because Setith has really tried so hard to keep her away from boys and everything throughout that, because it's because he's very fatherly towards Flame, like it's just like
he is her father after all.
I mean, yeah, he is her father, but like hell, I mean, in a game where of the other two fathers we see aren't very fatherly.
Yeah.
I'm pointing that out.
Oh,
yeah.
No, there are 4 dads, and there's another good father out of Gerald.
True. Okay, so half the dads are actually fatherly. The other 2 are Rodrigue and Gilbert.
Rodrigue and Gilbert.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah. So like it kind of fits because it's like, hey, I have not interacted with people, and I look around their age. I can interact with boys that because like physically might as well, like in Dragon Years, she is basically their age. But that's a whole nother discussion.
Yeah. An interesting take on Flan, I guess. Well, I don't know about interesting, but I did mention this support earlier, or rather, I mentioned earlier that she has a really good support with Ferdinand. I think on average, she's one of the characters who her romantic supports really sell it as being actually romantic, or um, like I can buy into them more easily than other characters. There's just something about them where I don't have to force myself to see it. Basically, her Linard supports, for instance, her Ferdinand supports, her crap. I'm having a bit of a blank, but she has other supports that I always thought were very cute and wholesome. Ultimately, Raphael obviously as well.
Yeah, well, Raphael's just wholesome the person.
I know, right? That's what I love about him.
Yeah, we need simple, nice guys like him in Fire Emblem games, especially when they're dark. That's why I love Arden as well.
Yeah, like this one. This is a dark game, so all the more reason for a character like Raphael to exist.
And all the more reason why a character like Flame would exist as well. Plus, I love how important she is. She's an important character in Froden. I'd say she's just as important as Sedith.
Yeah.
She is. The other fun part is because she's such a goof, she slips up a lot, right? And you kind of get she can be used as a narrative tool in a middle sense to really show the player like, oh, there's this hidden aspect to the entire game, right? In the beginning, where it's just like, oh, she knows more. She's older than she pretends to be. Clearly, that means Sedef is as well. Clearly, there's something going on, and they can really depend on her for that role in the story, and the way it plays out feels kind of natural because of the way she's written as a character. It doesn't feel forced in that sense, and I really appreciate her for that.
I just was re-looking at her endings because I've done almost all of them, but I found out that she's actually got a Gaiden / Echoes type ending based on Sedith living or dying. Speaking of that, like her ending, like if she's not paired and Sedith lived, it's like Flame disappeared soon after the war, and over time it was all but forgotten that she had ever existed. Many years later, however, a young woman resurfaced in a completely transformed Fodlan. When she looked to the man who stood beside her, she wondered if it would be all right in this new era to call him father.
Oh wow!
And
yeah,
then here's
that's a really good one.
And then here's Flame. If Sedith died, Flame disappeared soon after the war, and after a time, proof of her very existence faded from memory. Many years later, a young woman appeared at the monastery, which had been restored to its former glory. Speaking to no one in particular, it is said that she gazed at the entrance and reverently whispered, "I am home."
That's sad.
Yeah, I just wanted to point that out because I love when games do this, but because so far this game hasn't had people not reset thanks to Divine Pulse and all that.
Right.
Or it's like that's an ending people rarely get to see, and I was just like, you know what? I'm curious. And that's the one ending I haven't done yet. I've done like all these other ones, like I've done Flame Violet, Flame Dimitri.
Have you seen her ending with Linhardt?
Yes, I have.
It's one of my favorites, just because it's like, oh, they elope, and then like years later, there's like a bunch of like people with major crests of Sibylline like showing up at school.
Oh, I was going to bring
Their
that one up.
many children.
You're talking about her ending with Linhardt, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I love that one. That was my favorite.
That one's just that support chain is just great in general. Like
it is.
But Yeah.
Because
Honest-
other characters like get that there's something wrong with Glenn, but just can't fathom that she could possibly be 1,000 years old. So it's just like there's clearly something, and Linhardt really tries to put his finger on it, but he just can't. And same with Ignaz. There's just like something.
Yeah.
It's so weird how old she is when you compare how she acts. It's almost in a way kind of well, with other Manicheets you get like say Noe look like they do not look like they're 1,000 years old, and it almost feels like an excuse. Here it's almost like, oh, she's 1,000 years old, but she acts very childish. But she doesn't look like a child though.
And she doesn't.
She has moments where she can act a bit more older than how she acts.
She doesn't act like she acts childish, but I feel like she doesn't act as childish as people make her out to be. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I feel like the good example here is Kana from Fates.
Yeah.
Kana is just child.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah. I think I want to address this real quick. Just how in the fandom sometimes people will shame. Have you seen this maybe on Maine, where it's just people will mention that they wrote like Glenn, and then people will be like, "Oh, that's gross," actually, and then I'll be like, she's not depicted to be as young as other Manichees in the series. I really don't feel like that. And a lot of people really hammer in and try to infantilize her like more than she is in the game, and it butters me to some extent because it's been said explicitly that she's supposed to look like about as old as the rest of the cast, and some of the cast is basically around the 18 to 20 range.
Most of them, most of them are like 17, 18, with like the outliers being Lysithia, Petra, Cyril, and I think
a couple of 16 years old as well.
And then Mercedes on the other end, she's the oldest student.
At 22, I think, right at the beginning.
Yeah, she's 20.
yes.
Yeah. So
Mercedes, Hubert, Dudu, Sylvain, and Leone are all adults in the academy base.
yeah.
I mean, Edelgard's also 18 too, so
She starts at
17.
17.
She turns 18. Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of characters grow to be 18 during the first year.
yeah.
So yeah, that was an interesting thing. Well, not interesting, but more so something that bothers me about the way she's depicted in the fandom, I suppose, where they make her out to be younger than she is, when usually it's considered to be a problem that we even have this archetype in the first place, and then some people just try to, I don't know.
I get ya.
Yeah, I agree. I understand. And it's just a shame because I do still see it in modern times in the fandom, and it really hurts because people can like whatever they like.
All right. So does anyone else have anything to add or Flame before we move on?
I've said my part.
All right, Christian, you're up.
Balthus. I'm gonna talk about Balthus, the king of grappling himself. Like this guy, like he's another one of those simple guys, which again has been a theme of my freaking list. But it's like, you know, I'm trying. Again, it's been a while since I've touched the game. It's been 3 months since I've played the game, so give me some growing pain time. But yeah, second, yeah. So pretty much his big thing is that like he's a guy that doesn't know when to not take a bet, and pretty much has gotten into trouble for the point that he's now having to live with the mole people. And you know, he's also, because there's also a theme of like parentage in this game, he ties into that theme specifically with like his father being a minor noble from the Alliance, while his mother was some tribeswoman from a place called Hupala, which we never see. But yeah, so Balthus was raised with Lord Albrecht of the Alliance and his stepmother. However, his stepmother loathed him because it was like because she had hit her child with Balthus's father and wanted him to inherit the stuff. And here's the thing: he didn't want that. He's kind of like Sabin in a way from Final Fantasy VI.
Yeah.
Where he just where he
He's
just
not
does.
interested in the whole thing, right?
Yeah, he's not interested in the thing. He just decides, you know what? Before this gets out of hand, I'm gonna just drop out of this. I don't want to take over the house. But she still kind of wants him dead anyway. Because, that's just how crazy people are. Yeah.
Power corrupts, and the whole bit about three houses that the crest system is pretty terrible.
Yeah.
And he has. I always forget the name of his crest. Like, I'm looking.
Chevalier. It's Chevalier.
Yeah.
It just means knight, by the way, for those of you who don't know.
Yeah.
It's French for knight.
The crest of night.
I feel that's kind of funny given how unknightly he is.
It is?
Like,
To
because
be
it's
fair,
like,
that could totally have been on purpose.
well, here's the thing. A lot of the Three Houses characters are inverses of their arcana, which are inverses of, like, intentionality. Like, the crests, as confirmed in an interview, are based off arcana. And looking at arcana and, like, the personality traits of arcana and their inverses, a lot of them are their inverse arcana. So I'm going to pull up the Three Houses arcana thing again.
To a certain extent, though, they're kind of arbitrary because, for instance, some characters share crests, and obviously the crests don't fit both characters. And this, for instance, Theros.
Again, it's inverse arcana that you also have to think of.
But if you look at the crest of Theros, obviously it's going to fit Theros in both the inverse and, like, proper sense, but it doesn't so much fit Edelgard. And then you've got crests like, because I think it was the High Priestess for that one.
It's another one. It works for Mercedes, doesn't work for Jaritza.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm looking at the inverse for High Priestess. It's like upright priestess is like intuition, sacred knowledge, divine, feminine, and the subconscious mind, which fits Rhea. And then the reverse is secrets, disconnected from intuition, withdrawal, and silence, which fits both Rhea and Edelgard.
All right, yeah, fair enough.
And then you said Mercedes and Yaritza. What are their crests again?
The main one, the healing one.
It's last something. Wait.
Lamine. Okay.
Yes.
Let me take a look at Mercedes' crest.
Yeah, Lamine is Judgment. Let me look up Judgment Arcana.
Yeah.
Judgment Tarot
Oh,
meaning.
you're looking at the Arcanas, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm looking at the Arcanas because, yeah, so,
I was talking more in a unit sense. Yeah, I get what you're talking about now.
Yeah, I'm going... Yeah, so it's like for Judgment, Upright, Judgment, Rebirth, Inner Calling, Absolution, which is kind of what they... And then reversed is self-doubt, Inner Critic, and whatever this last one, Ignoring the Call means. But,
ignoring what?
Ignoring the Call. So that's...
Yeah, no, that definitely fits Yaritza.
Yeah, so, again, with both this in the Chevalier, I'm looking up the Sun Arcana. Like, Sun Arcana meaning. And, like, it's like positivity, fun, warmth, success, vitality. And, he fits both the upright and the reversed in being positive, he's fun, he's kind of a warmth personality. He's not very successful, but you can definitely tell he's full of life. And he's a lot of the times overly optimistic. But, sorry, I've been wanting to go on an Arcana rant for a while, because a lot of people don't realize this with the characters.
That was building in for you, so you had to get it out. I understand.
Yeah, because so many people are like... Because Serene's Forest revealed from a interview that each of the crests are based off Arcana, like Ernest is the Fool, and etc.
People had a suspicion, like, I've had the suspicion for it, like, a while, and it was confirmed in an interview, yeah.
Yeah, and here's the thing, a lot of people don't realize that, these characters don't fit the crest at all. You're thinking of specifically the regular versions instead of the inverse.
Mhm.
But yeah, that just kind of I just kind of veered into a tarot discussion. I'm so sorry about that.
Oh, it's all good, mate.
So
Yeah.
moving back to Balthus, is it just me or is he kind of the loud, outspoken one of the group? Because when you look at the Ashen Wolves, they each have their own personality. It's like Yuri is very much the shady mafia trickster who will slit your throat. Then you have Constance, who's Liarcal 2.0, and then you have Happy, who's just kind of
Not very happy.
cynical jokester, and then we get to Balthus, who is very upbeat. He is very much a meathead. Very much okay. I'm gonna go fight, and I'm gonna go beat someone up. I'm the king of grappling. He very much
I find
kind of character.
I find that his energy really meshes well with Constance as long as she's like indoors, where they really bounce off each other really nicely. Where it's just like both of them are both full and like um ready to go at him like at all times, right? They're just like, oh, there's enemies. Well, obviously we're going to beat them up, right? And both of them are in on it. And I think that I thought it was interesting because usually it's always just the one guy, and and in this instance we did have like two characters that were entirely gung ho about, and it was a nice change of pace.
Yeah. I mean, they're bros. Like Balthus and Yuri, they're just super bro with each other. It's like, one of my favorite interactions is like playing off of like Yuri's bisexuality is like, do you want me to take my shirt off? Will that make you happier? Like basically, like that's in their supports. No joke.
Yeah, no, that is in their support.
And
This
I
is
love it. I love it so much because it's just like.
Hey, like I don't mind want to look at it, and then he's like, that won't be necessary.
Yeah. But just being that chill and being that much of a bro about it, like I love that so much.
Yeah, no, I think they have a really cool support where Balthus, after a few tries, finally gets like Yuri to open up to him. That's another really good support.
Yeah. I also love his interactions with Hilda because Balthus is supposedly Holst's best friend. From what they've said in both Cindered Shadows and their supports.
Yeah.
And it's just very interesting seeing how much of a like friendly but also I think brotherly role that he takes for Hilda. It's like I'm gonna be big brother Holst while Holst is not around.
And he also mentions that if Holst ever learned that anything happened to Hilda while he was there to do something about it, he would not live to the next day.
Honestly,
really tells you a lot, though. If he's in that level of trust and support, it's like, these two are close. They have a history together.
Oh, speaking of, because I recruited them for my last Crimson Flower route pathway. Balthus, like in Hilda, say the same thing about like if Hilda dies, that Holst will kill him. But like she brings up that if Balthus is the one to kill her, Holst will come after him, and he's like, "I'll bring your body to him myself and accept the punishment."
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's yes.
Another interesting dynamic, and I don't really know much about Balthus. That's why I've been a bit quiet about Balthus. Is his battle quotes with Lysithea as well. They're very interesting. Because he pretty much says to he says to Edelgard and Byleth and Crimson Flower out that after Balthus pretty much cripples Lysithea to not kill her and recruit her.
Yeah.
Nice.
And I think that the big reason is because he feels bad because he owes Lysithea's family money.
Yep.
So what do you think about Balthus, guy?
I don't not like him, but he kind of interested me the least of the Ashen Wolves. He's fine for what he is. He just doesn't mesh with me. You know, he's
Yeah.
he's the kind of loud. Yeah, he's just loud. His I don't know. I don't like I said, I don't not like him, but he's not like my favorite character or anything. He's probably my least favorite of the four wolves, but they're all amazing. So
Yeah.
Well, that's definitely something that Three Houses can do. Even when a character's not your favorite, you're still probably gonna like them anyway. Because again, top tier characterization.
Oh yeah, like I don't hate Caspar or Raphael, but they're definitely the two characters I like to be cast. But I don't hate them.
They're just not your preference or the type of characters you find the most entertaining.
Exactly.
All right then. Does anyone have anything else to add about Balthus before we move on? Okay, cool. All right, guy, you're up.
okay, let's talk about Shamir.
Nice.
So actually, fun fact for you guys: Shamir was the waifu for my first playthrough of the game on Silver Snow. I Where do I even start? Like, I really love her personality, and you guys touched on her a lot already when you were talking about Catherine, because you would think Shamir would be the kind of hard ass, easy to turn on you sort of person, but no, she's actually pretty friendly. She's just kind of weirdly abrasive about it at the same time. Like, she's hard to describe.
She's got a
Kind of.
weird personality, right?
Mm-hmm.
She's very no nonsense. How about that? And she will not suffer fools.
No nonsense. That's the descriptor. Thank you. Gosh, I don't know why my words are failing me here, but mm. Also, I love her design. She's gorgeous. And I also love that she, like Petra, gives a sort of outside perspective, which is something that a lot of Fire Emblem games have really missed out on by being, isolated to a geographic area. I mean, not that we learn a whole terrible, like, treasure trove of stuff about Dagda, but I think she brings to the table, yeah, there is a world beyond that here in Fodlan we don't know about. And as if you know me, you know what some of the topics that interest me. That's what I really, really like to hear about: is a foreign culture, a foreign language.
With Shamir, I kind of wish that with because she came from Dagda, they kind of did like a little kind of fan service and say that she came from like a free blade mercenary group. That would have been cool. But can't get everything.
I thought
Yeah,
that was what they were
unfortunately.
going for because, I mean, Dagda, Brigid, that's awfully
Oh,
suspicious of you.
I mean, it's been said that they were inspired by Fire Emblem, by the Yu-Gi-Oh games when they made this one, right? So it's not so weird to think that they reused from perhaps their favorites.
Yeah, no, I know. It's just those names. I was like, I see what you're doing there.
Yeah.
I'm
and
picking
not
up
to
what you're
mention,
putting down.
they also have more. The crests are more or less holy blood. Like I figured that out even before the game came out. I'm like, oh, a
Yeah.
crest with a magical lineage. Yep, I know where
Yeah,
you
pretty
got
much.
that from. I see what you did there.
Well, and
And they are given
That crisps are better than the ones who don't have.
well, and it's not like they're a totally new concept even then. Like the Yggdrasil games introduced it, but we can also look back to Awakening and Echoes where they touched on the brands.
the
Kind of
brands,
the same
yeah.
thing.
And to a certain extent, it's even the same concept with the well, not the same concept, but similar concept with the Branded and Vitellius games too. Where it's just like basically when the blood of the difficult being starts flowing into your veins, and it has like
Hmm.
effects on your abilities,
Yeah,
and
it's
it
it's
manifests on your body in a way.
it's things like that that kind of expand the world for Three Houses. That Shamir is one of the characters that brings all that to the table for me. Like she talks, I forget exactly which support it is off the top of my head. I'm sure one of you guys will catch it, but where she talks about, I think it's with the Do actually. She talks about the religion of Dagda. She mentions, well, they don't have Like they don't really have a similar religious setup to Fodlan. And also, speaking about religion, I really appreciate that Shamir is like the third character in the series to be an atheist.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
It's interesting to see a atheist character in a fantasy setting where, well, you could literally just go out and like poke a god in the face, you know?
Actually, she's fourth because Claude also, I'm pretty sure, is atheist as well.
Is he really?
No,
I thought it.
he believes in the sword of animism.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
That's mentioned in his supports with Petra.
Ah,
I'm trying to think. Who are the
And
other?
Leone.
The past two were Michaelis and Egren.
and A Green. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Michaelis for a second not being that religion.
To be fair for him, it was only brought up in FE12, but still.
Which one? Which was the other one I knew about Nicholas?
Egren.
What was the other one?
Egren from
yeah.
FE6.
Actually, I'm looking at my footage for FE3, and it's brought up in FE3 as well.
Was it really? I don't remember it being mentioned in FE3. I thought it was specifically in 12 where he lives and he was talking about Maria taking care of him.
I'm pretty sure, like, he talks about it, like, when he's talking about how when Maria saved him, it's like he doesn't really believe in angels, but if there was one.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, but yeah, I thought it was interesting that to see Shamir be another character like that where, well, we know where the goddess of Fodlan is, and we don't know anything about Dagda, but, well, Shamir doesn't subscribe to this religious belief, and she worked for the church, too.
That's a really cool dynamic that I actually liked. It's like here she is, an open non-believer, and yet she appears to not get persecuted because I know that's been discussed throughout the internet. It's just the degree to which the Church of Saros will tolerate other belief systems. Because I know with Claude
That's
and Leone,
one thing that really interested me as well. I'm glad you mentioned that because
because with Claude and Leone, it's like, oh, you better not, mention your beliefs or you'll get, or bad things are going to happen to you. And yet, Shamir's pretty open about her non-belief, and no one really seems to care.
I think the difference, the main factor here is influence, but we can get into that after you're done. Sorry.
it might be. I don't know, but it's also interesting to look at that from a real world perspective. Depending on where you come from. Like for me, I live in the Bible Belt, and I'm not religious, so
I imagine that's not the most fun
let's just say
experience.
I've dealt with some persecution on that part. But so it's interesting to see an atheist character work for the church and face no repercussions whatsoever. Like that's kind of a foreign concept to me. But other than that, I mean, she also is a good teacher, and I think that that's kind of something. As much as I love Hanneman and Manuela, I think they kind of dropped the ball on showing them as teachers. They're good. They show them more as advisory figures, as mentor figures for some of the younger characters. Like I like Hanneman and Lysithia's talks. I like Manuela and Hanneman's dynamic with each other. But then Shamir has supports with some of the students where she's actively teaching them. And like she teaches Cyril, she's introduced as Cyril's instructor. So it's it's nice to be reminded, hey, Byleth isn't the only teacher around here.
Speaking of that whole Shamira being a knight of Saros despite not believing in Saros, I feel like it's obviously because she's super loyal. She's loyal to Rhea, like not as loyal as Catherine, but she's loyal to Rhea, and Rhea appreciates that loyalty more than having Shamir just be a believer. So it's like, hey, as long as you're willing to be loyal to me, I don't mind.
Yeah, I think that says a lot about Rhea's character, but I still think it's an interesting sort of footnote.
It is a dynamic because you can even extend that to how she deals with, say, the central church, the western branch of the church, which rebels against her. There they are. They believe in a goddess. They just don't believe she's the real one. She's kind of an imposter, and she's willing to put them down. And yet, she has an atheist work for her in care.
quick question: did Gerald believe? Was Gerald a believer? I could have sworn he was a non-believer.
I think he
No,
mentioned for some reason that
he
he
believes
didn't
in the
trust
goddess,
her.
but he doesn't trust Rhea. I don't think he knows.
Yeah.
Well, no, he does know who she is, but I don't think he trusts her because he tells you at the start of the game to not put your faith in Rhea.
Yeah, he believes in the Church of Saros. He just doesn't like Rhea.
Mhm.
I feel like he believes in the religion, but he doesn't like the way, much like Edelgard, like Gerald doesn't like the way that churches ran,
Yeah.
like the big central church.
So their issue is with the political power of it, essentially, at some point, at some level.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
Very real world relevant sort of thing for a lot of people, but that's a bit of a
Yeah.
heavy discussion for this.
So something else that I kind of like about Shamira is she feels like the grounded, no nonsense person that other characters could bounce off of. Because I see this a lot in a lot of fictional stories where there's always the super happy, super upbeat character, and then there's always the very serious, I guess, quote, straight man, unquote. The idea that it's just the person who's grounded there to contrast. And Shamir works like that for a lot of other characters. Like Raphael is very upbeat. She's like, okay, hold your breath and do this to try and sneak up on someone. And you see him fail the first time, but he does eventually get it. You also see her contrast, say, Claude, because she throws that knife and he's like, "Oh my gosh, that was a poisonous spider that could have killed you." And it's like, "Oh, thanks." Very much a very gruff character, but very helpful.
I like how that's just like one of the cute, weird, recurring things with her is just how she like despises insects and always puts them first and kills them off. Like it's been a recurring thing. Like
Yeah, she does
feels
that in
like
a
a
few
sense of being
separate
one.
supports.
Hmm?
She does that in a few separate supports. She like sees a
Yeah,
bug and
yeah.
she like throws a knife or shoots it.
I think she also does that with Leone because I know she and Leone kind
Yeah,
of
she
have that
does.
similar setup where it's like, okay, here's here's a bug, or even like one of their later supports with Leone too. It's like, hey, don't fire on the students.
I think it's the one where Shamir may be the only character that actually asks Leonie to push herself even further in her training, in her constant way of like making anything training, basically. Where she's just like, oh yeah, you need to make this a way of life, essentially. Which is different from all the other takes that you see in melee support, where usually characters are more of the opinion that she should take it more easily and relax a little, and she's just like, no, I can like do strength training while I go do groceries, or I can do like whatever. Uh, really, Shamir's the only one who's on the opposite end of that take.
You're you're taking it too seriously. You're not taking it seriously enough. Get better, scrub.
Yeah. Uh,
You know, I also just thought of Shamir's support with Petra.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because they're both outsiders to Fogland, and Petra is actively trying to learn a language, learn a new custom, and Shamir kind of seems to blend in a little bit better. It also kind of gives a sort of interesting take on the political situations because Shamir's like, well, if I have to fight against you, I'm going to do it. It's nothing personal, and Petra's like, well, that's just such a big part of my identity, my people's identity, and Shamir's like, I'm a merc. We merc.
Yeah,
So
she's not
there's some
really attached to her homeland like Petra is, which is another interesting contrast.
which is interesting when she mentioned in her supports with Catherine that she would actually bring her back to her homeland. And I pondered on the reason why, and I think the reason is she would want to get Catherine away from Rhea as much as possible. And I don't know. Hmm?
which would be a very good thing given the types of
Oh,
things we've seen Catherine be willing to do.
Yeah, because
think about
it's
that.
the only support I think where Shamia mentions ever wanting to go back, which I thought was interesting. And I figured that would be the reason for it.
Speaking of, it's kind of interesting how like the two church foreigners are the ones that care the least about their homelands. It's like you've got Cyril, who was, as a kid, taken from his homeland, so he doesn't really know it, but with how he's raised, he just doesn't care. And then you've got Shamir, which you guys have all just brought up.
I guess that's another rather interesting tie-in is just nationality and how people feel about their homelands and how that ties in how they may feel about the Church of Saros.
Maybe it's supposed to play off of the fact that Poland is supposed to be very secular, and so this is maybe to strengthen that theme and that idea where people from other countries or other continents rather are that are not part of Poland culture. Maybe don't associate so strongly to their like nationality, or at least that's what they're trying to imply. Maybe because to a certain extent, the Duke obviously still lives on the continent of Poland, and he's not part of the three main countries that make it. But the other characters don't seem to be as strongly attached. Claude, for instance, can end up just basically anywhere, depending on how his supports turn out. It's kind of the only exception to that rule I just mentioned is Petra, but that's basically because she's the heir to Bridget, so that's different. I feel.
And also because, of the political situation, she's in a Theon Greyjoy situation where she's more or less a hostage.
Yeah, Theon Greyjoy is also not beheading people in the kingdom that's she's going after. That's what probably separates her to say him.
Yeah, thank goodness. Petra's much better. Anyway.
Oh yeah.
So does anyone else have anything they'd like to add about Shamir before we move on?
It's kind of weird how a lot of the supports end with her basically being Batman. But aside from that, I don't really have much to add.
Because I'm Batman.
By which I mean some kind of like hero of justice vigilante type of character, right? Where they just go around and do stuff.
Go around and do stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess we can move on then. I guess it's my turn. Oh, so my pick is Casper, the friendly ghost. So Casper, I think the way I like to think of him is if a overly eager puppy that barked at everything from fences to leaves took on human form, I think that would be Casper. He has a very naive and overly simple way of looking at the world. The one thing that kind of comes to mind is his supports with Ash, where they're talking about justice. Oh, there's a thief. Let's go get him. Oh, well, shouldn't we wait and try and figure out more about the situation? That's always kind of stuck out to me when it's come about him. He almost seems to believe that his world is kind of like a simple comic book where, there's good guys and there's bad guys, and we're just going to fight on the side of justice. And then there's also the fact that he kind of has an inferiority complex because it's like, he's not the oldest in line, so he's not the heir to. He's not going to receive, political power. So he kind of feels like he has to prove himself. And that kind of comes up in a couple of his supports, like his support with Dorothea, where, where the game makes this little connection where it's like, oh, well, I'm training to get, a future spouse so I can marry rich, and he's like, oh, well, I'm training so I can prove that I'm worthy of like a political title. So those are the two things about Casper I kind of find particularly interesting. I want to know what you guys think, though.
One thing that I like about Casper, is that I like that he's got a conscience. I like that he feels bad for people that his family may have screwed over, like Petra and Shamir.
Mm-hmm.
He's actively actively apologized and says to them, I understand if you guys will hate me because of what my family has done to you. I like that he's got a conscience. I like that he's got that.
That I was about to bring up is that like with, for example, his supports with like both Shamir and Petra, he always is so worried about approaching them because of like the actions that his father, who is the general of the army of the Adrestian Empire army, has done. It's like
Speaking of his father, I really like just how most characters are just like, oh yeah, my dad teach him a lesson, and he's like, oh no, we're not fighting my dad. We're going to get wrecked. Let's do anything but fight my dad. And
yeah,
he's the only character that has that take in the entire game, I think. Where it's just like, oh, we can do another thing, but we can't fight my dad. That's going to end badly. And just that's one fun aspect of his dialogue I really like. Yeah,
Fire Emblem Wiki describes him as punch first, apologize later.
I mean
Yeah.
that's not exactly wrong.
I mean, when Fire Emblem Wiki is describing you like that kind of says something. That's isn't that kind of? Correct me if I'm wrong, but Hector's kind of characterized like that in FE7. Hit things first, attack first, ask questions later.
I mean, pretty much that's Hector for you.
Oh yeah, no, I would say that he's very Hectorish. That's a good way to put it.
He's
Yeah.
got a bravado about him.
He just lacks. I guess the thing that separates him from Hector so much is the lack of confidence, maybe that Hector has. I feel where he doesn't feel as grounded as Hector is in that sense. Um, like it doesn't seem to take a lot to shake his foundation, as we can see in his bite of support, notably, or in his Ferdinand support as well.
Right. Let's see.
And so it's probably born from the fact that he has this amazing dad. He has seemingly a large family. If you read the sports and you do face like two random more like they married into his family, but still like his uncle and the
Randolph and Fletcher are
Flash,
supposed
like
to be like his relatives, right?
yeah, they're his relatives. So
Yeah.
just like um so like you get the feeling that he has a large family too. It's not just about him being the second, it's just like there's quite a few of them. He's going to have to like really work. He's got his work like cut out for him if he wants to stand out, right? So you get the feeling that it's a very competitive like place where he's just like naturally smaller. Naturally like he feels like the game makes it feel like he's in an underdog kind of place and mentality all the time, right? And that's maybe the reason why his foundation is so much shakier. Is that he's definitely got that thing, that vibe going on.
Well, he's got something to prove, and again, this is just one of the many examples of how the game reinforced the idea that Bowman is very classist, and that what class you are and where you were born determines so much about where you're going to head into life. And
Have crest, that also plays a big part.
yeah, the crest system, yeah, crest and his class.
Racist.
Yeah, Portland's got all the isms, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
very elitist place. Berlin is very elitist.
Yep.
Which is why a lot of people, which is why you can't help but see at least the logic behind Edelgard's deal to try to change all that. But different subject. So, does anyone else have anything to add about Caspar before moving on? He's a very simple character, so there's not as much to discuss.
Yeah, I mean,
great supports with Dorothea. Okay, supports with Linhart. I'm not very much a fan of them.
And Ash. His supports with Ash are good.
Supports with Ash and Ferdinand are good. Supports with Ebert are okay. Um, good supports with Bernadetta, but Bernadetta has another good supports. And we mentioned the Hilda support earlier too.
Still reminds me of that meme. Oh my gosh, Casper, you're so stupid. And and the meme says like she takes her clothes off, and he's like, what?
Yeah.
That one. That's one of my
Battle training?
favorites.
Huh?
No, it's Cass. Hilda's taking her clothes off, and Casper's like, "Is this battle training?"
No, nudity makes you stronger on this planet. I couldn't help the deceiver.
Oh god.
Okay, so I guess we should move on. All right, Marm. Once again, it's up to you.
Yeah, and how do I have 3 characters left? What is going on?
I think originally we did this in like the last podcast. Our turn format was like one person went one, like we started from like Jez going all the way down to you, and then you would go again, and then we'd go back up.
Oh, did we do Snake?
I did.
No.
Well, I did things a
Are we
little
sure?
bit.
I thought.
But yeah, that is kind of weird.
Oh no, we could end with Alfred.
Yeah.
All right, just so we don't end with Alfric, I'll do Alfric right
Okay.
pretty quick.
Okay.
Alfric, right? Kind of a creep. Let's put it that way. Very much into your mom. The cool thing about it though is you do get knowledge. You do get to learn more about your mom and what that implies for the story, and it does imply a lot of cool things. Well, it implies cool things, but not good things, rather. So he's got the whole like unrequited crush going on thing where oh, I'm fine as long as she's happy, but then finds out that like she was mistreated in some way, and so he becomes like archetypical bad guy doing like unspeakable things, but then you're like, but she wouldn't want that, and then he does it anyways, and it's all very predictable. That's not really the interesting point about Elfric. What's interesting is that he's one of the cardinals for one, which means that he has a notable amount of power and trust from Rhea. But at the same time, that means that he knows a lot of things too, which is important. But at the same time, he has to be secretive about it, and like it's like spoken of in rumors. So that's an interesting part of his character, and it's interesting because of what it implies for the lore of the game. Elfric is a character that ties in with the lore of the games in a cool way, and that's the reason I still appreciate him. Definitely not for the plot he's a part of in the DLC. I just basically went over it real quick because who cares? Uh,
Why?
but there was oh yeah, my take on him was basically are you guys familiar with the Fate series?
Oh yeah. Fate Zero, whatnot. Yeah.
Yeah, because he reminds me a lot, physically speaking, and ability wise as well. He reminds me a lot of the priest. What's his name?
Oh, Kire.
Yeah,
Kotomine?
yeah, exactly, Kotomine. So he reminds me a lot of him, physically speaking. For those of you who haven't played the DLC, listening to this podcast, um, the difference being that yeah, the entire shtick he has going on is that he wields a lot of power that people are not very aware of, and it makes sense given that context that he's given so much power that he can be an overseer for the underground, right? Where a lot of the unwanted people get. They interestingly enough, for a church to allow for an old like a pagan like goddess statue to be there, and like there's a place for that cult and that like religion, like they made a small spot for them like in the church proper is kind of weird and wild, and the fact that it's even allowed speaks to Alfred's like influence, probably. But at the same time, he's like, uh, it again plays in all these Christian tropes, and like speaks to Christian history and how it's always the fatherly priests that basically abuse you for for a lack of a better way to put it, where he did manipulate all of them from a very young age in some cases in order to get what he wants eventually. And so, yeah. What do you guys think about Ilfric?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but he's like trying to bring Violet's mom back, right?
Yeah.
Sheesh, that's what's what the second character in this, in this game that has a mother complex who's willing to kill all sorts of people to bring a woman back. What is it with and with Alfred?
In Alfred's defense, the what's her name, Citri, she is kind of cute.
Oh god.
I mean, the journey of like wanting to revive a character that you love is like as old as time itself, right? It's one of those very old tales that you can see in like all types of mythology, including Greek mythology, like notably. So that's not really the weird or out there part, which is kind of why I just skipped over it.
And then Al would approve of that.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I was gonna say, I do like that he kind of is a lot like Rhea, because they're both doing these insane stuff to bring back the like important people. Like Rhea is trying to bring back Sothis, and has been trying to get a vessel for that for forever. And Alfric is trying to bring back Citri, who ironically was a vessel of Sothis. And it's just
yeah, it's a direct parallel, right? Because he's trying to do the thing Rhea herself tried to do like a thousand years ago, by having the Grell thing going on, and then realizing it work, and he's going through it, basically the same process.
Yeah.
I think Fire Emblem does a good job of saying and giving you the message: let the dead be dead. Don't fixate your life on trying to fixate on the dead. Don't you need to move on. And
you say that, but no one plays Iron Man.
Okay, that was great.
Okay, that was a good one.
That was good.
That was good. Oh gosh.
Was anyone really surprised that Alfric turned out to be the bad guy in the DLC?
No. I mean, no.
Partially.
I mean, honestly, I'm mixed on Cindered Shadows in its entirety, but we'll save that for a later thing.
It's like with Thomas. Like, yeah, totally. Thomas was going to be a good guy.
I think Thomas is kind of a wasted opportunity. I don't like. I think he could have. They could have done something with him. Anyways. But like, this is a personal bias, but I come from a place where we have a lot of history with the Catholic Church in particular, and the Church of Seros is very much modeled after it, and I have a natural distrust of that structure, and so naturally I distrust the priest. It's just something that's going to happen.
Yeah, it really does feel like the Church of Saros is deliberately modeled on the medieval Catholic Church. And
oh yeah, it even uses the same term. It's not really. It's very overt about it.
So I mean,
like,
yeah, because
they're not bad. They're not bad people. They're just very extremists. They're very extreme on their idealism.
that is a theme of Three Houses, but I guess that's a different topic for a later time. Does anyone else have anything to add about Alfred before we move on?
Simp.
Okay, that was very succinctly put. All right, so I'm noticing that everyone except for Marm is on their last character. So I think what we'll do is we'll go through our last characters, and then I guess when we get to Marm, we'll just do the last two for you. Sound good?
I'm fine with it if everyone is fine with that, because I
I'm
do speak
good.
a lot.
Yeah, sounds great.
All right then, Jazz, your last character. I wonder who it's gonna be.
Awesome. Saving my favorite to last, Sylvain. Oh man, I love Sylvain. Sylvain is now actually my second favorite Fire Emblem character overall, and
After
it's
who?
because Tiki. So there's a lot of reasons why I just really like Sylvain as a character, because in the surface level he comes off as another fuckboy like Sane. But then you really get into his supports, and I find that he's very interesting on his dynamic, because I've read all his supports a couple times over, because he's my favorite character. I find his non-blue line supports to be much different to his blue line supports. In his non-blue line supports, you see him more as his womanizing fuckboy kind of way. But he does it in his kind of own unique charm. They're all good supports, but because I don't want to go for an hour long, I'm not going to go into detail for any of those supports. The Dorothea one's good, but that's all I'm going to say about that. But the blue line supports he has are amazing. I love all the blue line supports because they all do a great job. I'm not going to go into full detail, but he supports with Annette, Ash, Dimitri, Felix, and Ingrid all do this interesting thing where he kind of acts like the big brother in his own kind of way, because he is 2 or 3 years older than all 5 of those characters. So
Yes.
he is like a big brother to them. Even if he is a bit of a douchebag at times, he wants to give his wisdom to those 5 characters because he's older than them. He's lived a bit longer than all 5 of them. But with Dadu and Mercedes, he speaks to them more like equals, if you've noticed that. He's very shallow towards Mercedes at the start, where he tries to hit on her, but that evolves more into the fact that she instantly soared through that, and that support essentially goes into the mentality of Crests, and those two have so much in common that I think that they really are made to be for each other. They have a lot in common. They have siblings that they have complex relationships with. Their families have idolized them for their crests in a toxic way. And they kind of learn the better things from them. Sylvain learns from Mercedes that not all women want him for his crest, and Sylvain kind of teaches Mercedes that not all nobles are pompous assholes. But one of my personal favorite supports with Sylvain, and a super underrated support, is his support with the Do. His support with the Do is incredible, even if it is only a C and B support, because that support shows how intelligent Sylvain actually is. In his support with the Do, he essentially goes and says stuff like, the Do kind of gives the impression, because you know how he's from Dusker, he's supposed to be hated, and because Sylvain aligns himself with Felix and Ingrid's someone who's very prejudiced to Dusker, and Felix who's just an asshole. Dadu has this impression that Sylvain would also hate Dadu, but Sylvain, because he's more observant to the world, he tells Dadu that he believes the Duskers are innocent people. And it's very interesting because Dadu sees this kind of side of Sylvain where he actually thought he was just a womanizer. And Sylvain pretty much says to Dadu, we have a lot in common, because Sylvain pretty much says, I'm also pretty hated in myself, which Dadu eventually learns of the B support, and Dadu feels really bad that Sylvain's got this dark reputation. And a lot of people kind of joke around saying, oh, Sylvain's got a stupid reputation. His reputation is so hated that people want to try to kill him. That's how bad his reputation is. He's really got a messed up reputation, and it really shows in the Do support, in his B support, and it shows how self-aware Sylvain really is. And it shows how clever Sylvain really is. He's also very intelligent and intellectual as well, where he kind of gives his knowledge of wisdom to Ash and Dimitri in his own kind of womanizing ways. And even with Annette. And it shows that his secret ability of being you can use reason magic links to his Annette support. And he just wants to be a good friend to Felix and Ingrid. And I feel like he's dynamic to the Blue Lions group. I honestly feel like he's the backbone of the group.
I agree with you. I don't know how his voice actor managed in English because I played with the Japanese dub on. But
He did a really good job.
his Japanese voice actor is maybe the best one in the entire game.
Cody did a really good job as well.
And the way he just switches from his more goofy voice and to his more serious tone, it's just amazing. And on that same line of thought is kind of the reason why I like Sylvain so much. Is just the way he has this very clear and rough and dry and raw understanding of the world around him, and just like he kind of hates it all. And it's the reason why he's maybe one of the few characters where I think his support with Byleth is maybe amongst his really good ones. I think for most characters, the Byleth support is kind of an exposition on the character. It's usually not the most interesting because there's few interactions per se. It's more of an exposition. With Byleth, I feel differently. With Byleth and Sylvain, I mean, with Byleth and Sylvain, you really call him out, and it does things to him. And I really like the reactions you get out of him and that support. Yeah, go ahead.
Sylvain's really great as well because he comes off as this guy who's really upbeat and positive, but he's more dark than he's more of a dark mentality character than a positive mentality character.
Oh,
he's got a lot more sins than angels on his side.
He's definitely more of a manipulator, right? He tells it outright to Hilda, well, I want you, I also manipulate people, I know what you're up to, right? He says it to her outright. And, part of the manipulating kind of mindset that it's something that you have to do is you have to put on that exterior, right? So it's all part of the stick, basically, right? It's entire demeanor. It's just part. He knows he'll get what he wants if he acts like this, and he's cynical about it because he hates it, but he's still going to do it because it's to his advantage. And that's the very important part of his character. And that's why in his support with Byleth, when you say, you hate women, don't you? Like, actually. And his tone changes. And he's like, could you not? Could you not bring this up right now? Like, actually.
He does admit that he does dislike women, and that's why I really like. But he doesn't hate women. If he was a misogynist, he would not respect Ingrid at all.
I don't think that's the way it's meant here. It's not in a misogynist kind of way. I think it's more so in a broad kind of way, where it's just like you could have as much as said you hate people, basically. But in this case, he targets women especially. So yeah, that's why it has this kind of impact, because he's supposed to be the womanizer. It's just like, you hate all of them. Why are you doing this?
It's very self-inflicted as well. He kind of blames other people for shortcomings of himself. Granted, he didn't have the best childhood. We know that.
But there's a common theme for most characters in this game.
But a lot of his misery is self-inflicted on himself, and he's got this twisted mentality because he's believed it. That's why, as well, I honestly do believe Mercedes is the best romantic option for him, because all the twisted mentality he has, Mercedes is the exact opposite. Because Sylvain really needs a woman in his life that doesn't just not care about Crest, but actively dislikes Crest as much as he does. And Mercedes is that woman.
I tend to agree with that. I think it's definitely maybe his strongest pairing. He gets a pretty decent pairing with Bias as well, I suppose.
Feet is another good one as well. I'm not going to undermine that one, but I know we're on a bit of a limited time.
Throwing a bone to the Fujoshi out there, his support. If you want to ship him with Felix, I think it's a good ship. Just putting that out there.
You gonna say something, Grant? You go.
I was just gonna say that speaking of like Sylvain's womanizing and like how he talks about like how like he really only plays along because it's like if they're gonna try to get something out of him, he might as well get something out of them.
Yeah.
Like like one of I forget the full lyric, but like he's very reminiscent of like this one I forget like what most of the lyric comes down to, but it's like it was this rap. I forgot the name of the song, but it was like long ago. I listened to the song in 2014. It's like, as long as they treat me the same way, I don't care. You know, that's Sylvain. You know, he's like.
When it comes to Sylvain, sorry, I kind of find that I feel like we see more consequences of his womanizing than actual womanizing, which I'm kind of okay with, given the fact that his archetype is kind of familiar to the series.
Mm-hmm.
And again, what I like about his take on women is that it's very once again reflective of just how deeply toxic and corrupt the crest system is. Because you see how it screws over his life and just makes him jaded. Like beneath that smile, there's a very dark and very sinister underlying. Because in a weird way, he is right that a lot of women he'll come across probably won't care about him, you know.
But there are a
because
lot
of
of women
him.
that would as well, and he can't see that because of his toxic mindset.
Right. And so,
and
go on.
oh, sorry, and it goes to what I love about Sylvain as well. He's got so many B supports and not many A supports, and there's a solid reason for that. He can't maintain relationships. He can't, for the life of him, even with men, he can't maintain relationships because he can't bring himself to do it. And it's smart the four people he does have relationships with, because you've got Dorothy and Mercedes who he can relate with in a romantic scale, because one has a similar romantic game towards that he has, and the other one who has a similar childhood that he has. And he has these A supports of Ingrid and Felix because he's just known them for so long that he can be comfortable around them. But there's a reason why he can't A support anyone else, and that's because they can't relate to him as personal as those four can.
I like that.
I think.
Also, I know that I brought this up before with like Balthus and all that, but I still have that like Arcana thing up, and he actually really does like represent again the reversed Death Arcana pretty well, of being resistant to change, because he hasn't really changed himself. He kind of like there's personal transformation. Like reversed Death Arcana is resistance to change, personal transformation, and inner purging, while the regular version of it is endings, change, transformation, and transition. Like how I brought up with Felix earlier, that like Felix is kind of pissed at Sylvain a lot of the time because he's not changed since they were kids. He's been the same flirty kid.
Yeah, and it's also even plays into his endings, right? Where the epilogue says that like skirt chasers will become known as sons of Gautier.
Yeah, the sons of Gautier.
Yeah.
If he does have a paired ending with Ingrid or Mercedes, he really does do a 180 on his life. And I love his pairing with Ingrid and Mercedes because it implies that he has a child without a crest, but he treats them equally. Because he didn't want to have that kind of treatment that his dad had with him and Mikulon.
Yeah.
It's dark, it's sad, it's pretty tragic, but it's what makes, in my opinion, and if I'm going to say in the most unbiased way possible, and this is me being as unbiased possible, other than the Free Lords, it's why I honestly believe Sylvain is one of three of the most developed characters in Three Houses, the other two being Dorothy and Hilda.
Yeah.
That's my personal opinion. I know you could have a different.
Just on the basis that it might just be my impression right now, but I think they have the works in the respective houses outside from so.
Like I said, I honestly see Sylvain as the backbone of the Blue Lions house. That house would not be the same without his influence.
Do you want to say anything about how you can simply recruit him from any house as long as you're female?
Oh, yeah. Talk about being the backbone. Sometimes the back can break.
Yeah.
And that's a good example. Sometimes back pains happen, and Sylvain joining a different house because hot women is hot is a very interesting indication. Though it's actually pretty funny. Um,
So what do you think, Guy?
You guys just kind of covered everything I had to say. I love Sylvain. I think he's super interesting. Like, I'm totally on board with Jez here. I was just hanging back. You guys said everything I wanted to say.
yeah, I really like if I could and make a YouTube channel, I would make a support science for Sylvain. You know, like one of those kind of thingamajiggies that Gas does.
For what it's worth, you should. I think you should still do that. I'd be interested. I'd read that.
Because I have got strong opinions, especially with his the dual Mercedes supports. They're his two best.
Yeah.
All right. So does anyone else have anything to add before we move on?
Don't think so.
All right, Christian, you're up.
Marianne time. Awesome. Honestly, Marianne was just. I liked her based on design. Like, I'll be honest, design wise, like blue haired characters are some of my favorite. Like honestly, when I was a kid, I liked Ninian. I like Katria and all that. But like, honestly, I relate to her like, or well, I can't really say relate, but I understand what she's going through because she's got a crest that, you know, if she was that like is cursed, you know, she's living a what she feels is a cursed existence and feels like she shouldn't be alive. So as such, it's like she has self-doubt issues up the wazoo, and well, it just does nothing for her. It also hurts because like when you go to like if you don't recruit her in any non-golden deer route, it's pretty much confirmed that she killed herself. And it's also if you ever go into her room, it's kind of hints that she's thought about it doing that at the academy. Because it's like one of the things that you'll see if you go into her room is you'll see it just a stray chair in the middle of the room.
It's pretty dark.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I wanna tread lightly with Marianne, and I'm not. I know I can be a bit of a person that jokes around, but this type of character is not the type of character you can joke around with. Suicide's not a really a funny topic. And I feel like Marianne, she is a pretty decent representation of characters who are depressed because she feels like she's useless, but she really isn't. And I love how there's a lot of characters out there that want to value her as a person. And even douchey assholes like Lorenz, who kind of come off as pricks in other supports. I like how the writing direction what he has with Marianne is very softer, the approach, because she's a soft character. She's a character that needs people to be there for her, and I like how they've written her in that way.
I mean, one of my favorite supports with her. Speaking of like going straight to supports, is the Raphael support and the Ignat support. Like that Ignat support is just one of the most wholesome supports ever.
You say that I actually don't like their A supports at all. I really like the C and B ones. I really dislike the A one.
For Marianne and Ignatz,
Mm-hmm.
I'll have to disagree with you there, but me and you almost never disagree, to be honest, or never agree.
Yeah.
I love the Marianne Raphael one. That one's a great one. That one's a really wholesome one, and I really love how they really put the effort in to make the character who is very self-doubtful interact really well with the positive guy. Like I said, when you're writing characters with mental illnesses, you need to be sensitive on the topic, and I feel like they did a good job, Marianne.
Yeah. But honestly, like, I already talked about Ignatz. Okay, yeah, never. I thought I was like, I forgot if I had Ignatz on my list, but like, I kind of am kicking myself for not bringing up his support with Marianne off the bat before, because like that's just one of the like him being like he's such like with him he has an eye for detail and everything. Like he doesn't really miss a beat, and like you know their supports are just kind of calm, and it's just great for something that's something she needed, because actually most of her supports, like her friendship with Hilda, trying to remember another good support.
Dimitri.
Yeah. Oh, Dimitri. Like, honestly, if I wasn't big on Marianne Ignatz, I'd be Marianne Dimitri.
He's a great
Marianne-
counterpart for Dimitri.
Marianne Dimitri is extremely good. We talked about it when we talked about Dimitri last podcast, I think.
Yeah.
I honestly believe that if I do a Blue Lions round, it just feels justified to just recruit Marianne anyway, because she's not going to be around anyway in the post-time skip. So her inclusion in Blue Lions, even in the Blue Lions only round, makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Dimitri and Marianne support.
Their ending is one of my favorites in the game.
Yeah,
Dimitri and
it's
Marianne.
really good. They deserve each other.
Mm-hmm. But yeah.
They
Honestly,
do fit together, yeah.
yeah.
I can't
That's
think of
kind
it.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I kind of find it funny how the three main lords have the best romance options outside of their initial houses.
Okay, so who would you say is the best romance option for Aelgard? I'm just trying to think.
Byleth.
Byleth,
Oh.
yeah.
Byleth,
Byleth or
Claude and
Hubert.
Petra, and Dimitri and Marianne.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I-
ship Claude and Petra. They're so cute together. It's kind of funny too, because I remember Petra's like, I will be tying my man and dragging him with me to Bridget, and then that's kind of what she does in their supports.
it is.
She makes Claude go back with her to Bridget.
Yeah.
She actually forces him to like not eat out of Clothesline.
One more thing I
funny.
love about Marianne as well. I'm going back to Marianne here. Is I like her interaction with animals. It's just wholesome, very wholesome.
Yeah.
I love her affinity to animals. I love how her personal skill ties into having an affinity to animals. It's just a really good combination.
Does her personal skill apply to herself or something?
No,
Like
I
if-
think it only really applies to when she's next to someone who has who's riding a horse.
Which is really weird in my opinion. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm like. Yeah, okay, so she has to be adjacent to cavalry or flying ally. Okay, I would have thought that'd be really cool if she could restore herself. I know that'd be broken, but
That would be really broken.
but Three Houses is already broken. Let's be fair.
Oh yeah, the whole battalion Wrath Vantage combination.
Yeah, I mean, like that game's all about breaking it, but yeah.
Oh, we'll talk about that more in gameplay, I guess.
Yeah.
I find it funny that all my three favorite Fire Emblem games are super breakable.
I mean, breaking a single player game is just fun. Let's be honest.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
you don't have to break the game. That's what some people need to understand. You don't have to break the game.
You don't have to, but if you end up doing it, you still have fun. Like Three Houses, you build up a specific unit you want to be a god. You just have fun with that.
You just go to town and rip them apart.
Yeah.
Ultimately, you can do that in any game, and it's especially true in a Fire Emblem game as long as you stop playing one of the quote unquote bullshit difficulties where it's strictly impossible to do anything like off the beaten path. But yeah, snowballing is not hard.
I know this is derailing, so I'm going to be real quick with this. My personal favourite is with Echoes. You get Faya to a stupid level, have an A support Elm, and watch her with like 30 defense, Nosferatu everything with 80% hit rate.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
pretty funny.
But yeah, that's the story for a different day.
Guy, do you have anything to say about Marianne, or did you already speak?
I was debating on whether or not I wanted to chime in. The main thing I wanted to say was that I think she's really relatable, as sad as that is. And I don't want to I don't want to divert attention from the game. So I was kind of debating whether or not I wanted to say that. But yeah,
Fair enough.
I think she's a very accurate portrayal of what depression does.
That's a very fair take. I'm going to end this on a different note. Since I haven't really spoken about Marianne, I still think my favorite ship for her is still Matilda. I'm like this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm like this.
Well, I know you. I've known you for about 6 years. I know you're Yuri trash.
Yeah, exactly.
All right then. Is everyone ready to move on? Okay then. All right, Guy, your last character.
Let's talk about Ingrid.
Yay.
Oh my god. So, in retrospect, I kind of feel like I should have done what Jez did and saved my favorite for last, but Ingrid is still like one of my top 10 in the whole series. Oh my god, I love Ingrid. I absolutely love her personality. She's so driven and focused on this ideal, but she's also not above being kind of cute and silly. Like she's really into stories, fiction. She loves reading. I love that. She's a foodie, which I was really afraid they would screw that up and make that most of her personality. I went into the game afraid of that. Oh my god, no, she's great.
They managed to avoid doing what they did, basically.
Yeah, and she's beautiful. She's amazing. I love Ingrid.
Honestly, Ingrid was like the one girl that, like, when I first played Blue Lions, she didn't grasp me. It took me like a couple of playthroughs to really get into her character. I was just like, okay, she just seems kind of. I'll admit it's because again I did more of her character interactions, but she just seemed like the least interesting of the Blue Lions to me. Now that's Ash, but that's a whole other hot take. But
I think Ash is the least interesting as well.
yeah,
I love Ash.
I love Ash too. He's top 30, and he's the least interesting Blue Lions to me.
Yeah, but yeah, with Ingrid, like she grew on me pretty quick, especially as you see more of her dynamic with her friends. Like again, the four buddies of Dimitri, Claude, not Dimitri. I said Claude, Dimitri, Sylvain, Ingrid, and Felix. Those four, like their bond and see how it's kind of been messed up over the years is one of my favorite dynamics. Especially like because like the two closest, Sylvain is the like funny enough, like I forgot to bring this up with Sylvain, but Sylvain is least closest with Dimitri, while everyone else is most closest with him. Like Ingrid and Felix are still pretty close with him.
I think that comes in part that he's got an age difference.
Yeah, but still, it's like, hey, I'm like, so I'm trying to word myself here. It's like he still is very friendly with Ingrid and Felix, and meanwhile, like Ingrid is not as friendly with both Felix and Dimitri, but she's still friendly with Sylvain, despite the fact that he's a womanizer and she has to call him out on it, or that he's a womanizer and she has to call him out on it. Also, her support with Dedu.
Yes.
Ah, yes. Oh my god.
It's so good, and I really hate that people just reduce it down to, ha, she's racist. No, shut up.
Which she's not. She is the opposite to racist.
She hates the people of Dusker, but for good reason. They killed like a lot of people. They killed the guy that she loved, and just completely changed everything for her life, basically.
See, that's the thing I hate about the haha Ingrid racist trope. It's like, one, she's a lot more sympathetic than nuanced than most racists in real life, and B, she doesn't just hate them just because she's ignorant. Like, she hated them because they're blamed for the tragedy that took her fiance. I think a lot of people in her situation would probably act in a somewhat similar manner.
She basically bought into the hate, basically,
And then as soon as she talked to Dedu, she snapped out of it. She got over it. Yeah. Also, speaking,
Yeah, I think it's to character development.
bringing up Glenn, I was gonna say, I also, one of the things I admire about her and think is interesting about her is that she was put into an arranged marriage when she was so young. She was 13, but you can feel that she had this genuine love for Glenn. And she talks about him all the time. I think he's one of the characters that we hear the most about that is already dead when the game starts, like out of the whole series.
But like one thing as well, and this is what people need to also take into account when people call Ingrid a racist, is her Sylvain support is a good example that Glenn meant a lot to her, because Sylvain pretty much says, I know that you wouldn't leave your bedroom for months after hearing that Glenn died. So it wasn't like Glenn was just some random to her. A part of her died when Glenn died.
Definitely. I think having that dynamic of what's the word? Let me Google that real quick.
Something else that I like about her is her support with Ash when they're both talking about knightly chivalric ideals. It kind of shows that she does have a sort of optimistic and bright side to her, which I appreciate. It could have been so easy for her to just be like, "Well, my fiance died, so life sucks." But you do see that she has knightly aspirations and that she's trying to move. Well, she's trying to do something with her life. Because she thought her life was headed in one direction when suddenly the tragedy of Dusker happened, and then all of a sudden, she had to do something completely different. It was really that. It was that I always appreciated that part of her.
Another relationship I love about Ingrid, I love her friendship she has with Mercedes. They literally is like the tomboy and the girly girl kind of relationship, and I love it. And they've got a lot of similarities to them, and I think they do have a really good sisterly kind of friendship. And in a way that I'll even say that Mercedes' friendship with Ingrid feels more genuine than Mercedes' friendship with Annette.
We mentioned it the other day, right? But the support with Annette and Mercedes is a mess. It's a very unfortunate one. I think it's probably one of the worst ones on the Blue Lions house.
Honestly, like a lot of Mercedes female interactions feel much more genuine than her interactions with Annette, because it feels like they try to force their backstory of being best friends together into their supports, and it just doesn't work. Meanwhile, like with the Ingrid Mercedes one, works a lot better.
But it works well as well because they both have negative opinions on Crest. They're both girls that are only really at the Officers Academy to find a husband.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I like, speaking of that aspect of Ingrid, I like that as she grows older, she does distance herself from a very curly look that she has when she's younger, with the shorter hair and like the thicker armor, I suppose. where it's just there's some distance put there between where she prioritizes her identity as a knight, basically. Even though, as you can see in her report with Sedef and like others, she does find a way to kind of go for the middle and both worlds kind of situation where she can both be a heiress and like the knight that she wants to be, and it's not impossible to be both. But yeah,
I wanted to slap Felix when he went to England and gone, why don't you just find a husband and bloody leave? I wanted to hit Felix when he said that.
I know,
oh yeah.
right?
I mean, yeah, but that's part of Felix being the complete asshole he is.
So much, and I'm like, holy crap. If I was Ingrid, I would have punched him.
Smack him in the face, just like, well, yeah, that was, well, it seems like that. That's why Felix kind of has his reputation. But moving back to Ingrid, it is really nice to see her interaction with different characters.
I also
Oh,
like
yeah.
how Ingrid. Well,
Yeah, go
I
on.
also like how Ingrid is the CEO of kicking doors down.
Oh, like, doesn't she only kick down Bernadetta's door?
But it's people just love it and just meme the shit out of it.
She breaks down her door, but she also jacks out Claude, I think.
Yeah, Ingrid kind of can be motherly and bossy. There's a lot of supports where she's like yelling at people. There's also her support with Raphael as well.
Yeah, it went a completely different direction than I thought it went. I thought they were going to go on a culinary adventure.
Well, at least she wouldn't be yelling at him. But yeah, that would have been kind of nice to see.
Also, and a very wholesome support again, like because this character is just wholesome in general. Her support with Ash is just really nice. Same with her support with Ignatz, where like she gets like where she tries to get Ignatz to do the goddess, like a version of the goddess in her way, where it's just like, hey, that's not how you should make the goddess look like this when it goes against how the goddess is normally depicted. That's just one of my favorite, like, funny supports.
I like that one.
I also find that Brittany Cox did a really good job of voicing her. Really well done. Gotta give props to her.
Yeah, the voice acting for Three Houses in general is just pretty top-notch stuff.
But Brittany Cox did an amazing job.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean,
go on. Sorry.
I was just gonna say Brittany Cox is one of the top 3 voice actors of that game.
Oh yeah, I'd say that as well.
It's always Claude's voice actor and Chris Hackney, the voice actor of Dimitri, that are the two that stick out the most to me.
That's what
those two are great as well.
Yeah, but I'm trying not to get us too far off of topic.
Right. Yeah. Well, does anyone else have anything mad about Ingrid before we move on?
Just read that series support and tell me I'm not the only one who thinks it's weird.
I'll read it when we finish this podcast.
Which support? I didn't quite hear you cut off.
The Yuri support. Just read the Yuri support and tell me I'm not the only one who thinks that it's weird.
Oh yeah, that one, yeah.
Alright, so my last character is Manuela. So I think Manuela's kind of yet another proof of how good the character writing was in Three Houses, because when I first saw her, I remember the scene. You know, there's that scene where the camera kind of shows her chest. That student kind of like blushes as she walks by him. My first thought at the time was, "Oh no, please don't be another Kamla. Please don't be another Kamla." And surprise, she's a lot better. I think what sticks out to me about Manuela is that even though she is sort of a mentally character, they're not afraid to show sort of her more vulnerable sides. there's her feelings about marriage, which is I posted a meme about this where Manuela's telling Felix, shouldn't you be in class right now? And Felix kind of responds, well, shouldn't you be married right now? And the fact that we all reacted as we did is because that's just how important it was to her, and yet that doesn't just define her character. There's more to her. She kind of uh, well, she does kind of have. She has her moments where she's not just a mentor; she's a very human type of character, and I appreciated that about her. And I'm also glad that the game didn't steered away from any more Camelot type shots. It was nice to see. I feel like she was sort of a diva type character done well. So, what I guess what do you guys think about her?
Honestly, I'm just gonna say this because this is both a comment about Manuela and the fan service of this game in general. It's so freaking tasteful. Like,
Yeah.
here's the thing: like, even the hot springs, which people would think, oh, bikini or underwear. Nope, they wear basically gym wear into the hot
It's
springs.
more like a sauna, to be fair.
Well, sauna, but still.
So many people hated that.
So many people hated that, but yeah. And then with Manuela, she's like the most sexually out there character next to Dorothea. And even then, she's more tasteful. Like, yes, she's got big cleavage, but we don't make a million shots about it. She's not always making like some sort of sexual gesture at you. And then onto her personality, I like the idea. Something I never considered in Fire Emblem was the idea of a washed out diva as a character.
It's funny because in a way she feels like a character that's been taken from elsewhere, like some type of telenovela. Not just the looks, but the not just the story, but the looks too, right? Where she has that air about her. But I think it adds the flair just kind of works. But yeah, it's definitely a character that I don't think we have anything else in the series that sounds or looks like her, which is good. Because 596 characters or something like that in, we still managed to get new characters that are completely different from everything else we've got before.
I mean, we've had singers and dancers before, but we've never really had like people. But most of them have just been vagabonds that just travel with like merchant groups and all that. They've never been like, oh, big opera stars, or we never see someone. And usually when we get a singer character like that, who is like I think 40.
Yeah.
She's like her age is kept a secret, but it's 40. But yeah,
Like aged like a fun one.
Yeah, she like we see a character that's past her prime in her career, and how washed up she is, and how desperate she is, like because like she's one of her goals is constantly finding a husband, to the point, or a partner in general, to the point that she even thinks about going with Sylvain.
I was going to say that. I was going to say she considered Sylvain as an option at one stage. That's desperate in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I just mention real quick that her sport with Lawrence is hilarious.
Oh yeah.
I read that one.
It's the one where she finds his poetry and interprets it in a completely different way and sings it, and he's extremely ashamed. TM.
Oh yeah.
That just sounds hilarious. Just I'm trying to imagine that now, and I can already see how that'd be funny.
Oh yeah, no, it's great.
I mean, another good support, speaking of a character that's a lot like Lorenz, Ferdinand. That support with Ferdinand is just great as well. Because it's like, hey, like, he just admires her, even though she hasn't performed in forever. He just idolizes her because of the shows that he went to that she starred in as a kid. Like, when he was a kid.
It goes back to the fact that Ferdinand is that puppy dog character.
It does, and that's like peak puppy dog for Ferdinand. And
I love the rivalry she has with Hanneman. It's like such childish behavior, and they're like the oldest characters in the cast.
Yeah. Well, aside from dragons.
Right.
Yeah.
Still, that they are pretty funny together. And on top of all that, she's a priest. She's the priest type character. It's like, wait, a diva who's kind of supposed to be in a class that's traditionally for, you know, more religious type characters while she's working for a church. Yeah, she's definitely a different character, different person altogether.
To be fair, I think they gave her priest because they could just give her dancer, right?
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
imagine if you just got a free dancer like that in Three Houses.
But
Man.
hey, she's got warp, so she's a win in my books.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's another warp bot.
No, she's got rescue, not warp, right?
Yeah, she doesn't get warp.
She's got warp.
She's got
She-
warp.
Yeah, she's
Wait,
got
Manuela
warp. She's
gets
one of the
warp?
few warp users. Yes, Manuela gets warp.
I did not know that.
Flames on rescue.
Yep, it's Manuela, Linhard, and Lysithea are the
And
warp
Wow.
bot.
and Happy.
Oh yeah, Happy
Well,
gets
warp.
warp.
Yeah, Happy's
gets
really
warp
good.
as well. So you got 4 warpy girls and boy.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
So
So
I'm going to
that-
bring up this.
It could be broken because it could totally be broken.
So I was going to bring this up later too, but just real quick, one excerpt from Manuela's support with Dorothea, because that's another really good support that she has, and there's this part about her drinking problem where it's like, even you thought you were going to hide this from me. Even when you were still at the opera company, you had quite a reputation. There was a joke that you could outdrink a fish and the sailor who caught it. And that explains her entire problem with men, right? Where it's just like she's difficult to handle.
Yeah. You know what? Speaking of, like, I'm normally not like Yuri or Yaoi trash, but Dorothea and Manuela are actually really good together.
Yeah, I would agree. It's not my favorite ship. It's definitely one I like a lot.
Yeah. But
I
it's
think
just
Fire Emblem Three Houses, on the whole, where I usually prefer one single ship for any given character, is the only game in the franchise so that where I really ship multiple things. It's kind of weird.
yeah. I mean, there's just so many good interactions with everyone has such good interactions with each other that it's like, hey, we can't help but do this, you know?
Except for Annette and Mercedes.
Yeah. I mean, but that's because that story kind of wrote itself into a corner. Let's be fair here. At least a little bit fair.
It's a really good parallel moment. Her flame support's pretty goofy. What else is there? I'm trying to think. Like, Manuel is just not one of those characters I've put a lot of investment into.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, same here.
She's
Alright,
bound
so,
to be more likable than I made her out to be.
so does anyone else have anything to add before moving on? Alright. Okay, so Marm's got 2 characters left, so
Yeah, so prepare yourselves for my wonderful voice to keep on rambling on and rambling on. I'll go with Lizithia first because Dorothea is my favorite and I've been saving her for last. But also, Lizithia is an amazing in her own right. Lizithia is the angry little child that is very brusque with anyone and everyone actually in her first support, and then she grows to repent in a way, um, reflect on her ways, and then recognize that maybe she was a bit brash, maybe, and then she opens up to her myriad problems. It's usually how her supports go. And she has a lot of problems, like other characters in this cast, but she in particular has had basically everything that happened to Edelgard happen to her. Except Edelgard had got the perfected version of it in theory, and she was the experiment, the first experiment in any case. So things ended terribly for her, which on top of which her house was demolished essentially. Her parents are in eternal servitude. They've been screwed over because they were forced into a conflict they did not actually where they lost, and they've been severely punished for it, which is basically the precipice they fell down that led to them being like targeted in the first place by those who dwell in the dark. Um, and yeah, a lot of bad stuff happened in Lucifia's backstory, and it explains why she's an angry little small child. And I love her for it. I have a thing for the characters that are kind of mean in the beginning, then turn out to be like sweeter than they are. I really like her support with Hilda. I really like her supports with. We mentioned her with Cyril earlier, and that's a really good one. Her support with Linhart is really good. Her support with
Quad.
who?
Quad.
Yeah, her support with Claude is really good. I don't really like it as support, but because I don't interpret it that way very much. But her support with Lawrence is very sweet. And just in general, she has all these very cute supports, and she has a really cool support with Edelgard as well, where they bond over this understanding of what happened to the both of them. It's also my preferred ending for Edelgard and Lizithia, so that's a bit of a rare take, I think. Um, yeah, so Olivia, right? She has two crests. She was born with one of them. One of the other one was infused into her. It implied a lot of very bad things. We don't know the specific of all these bad things. We just know that it means that most of her family died, and she has a very much shortened lifespan, much like Edelgard, in fact. And much like Edelgard, she has white hair because of it. Um, she's a murder machine. She has the coolest spells in the game, the strongest ones too, in my opinion. And that's basically Lizithia in a nutshell.
I mean, Lysithia has like some of like the black magic is just OP. Like
The dark magic, you mean?
dark
Yeah,
magic,
reason.
yeah. Well, I meant to say dark magic, like you know what Hubert and Lysithia.
Yeah, because the other
Edelgard.
one is called the regular magic is called black magic in this game. So
Well, that one's called Reason. That one's called Reason, and then they call it. Don't they call it black magic in this game for the? No, they just call it dark magic. You're right. I was looking
yeah,
at
it's
it.
dark, black, and white for whatever reason.
Yeah, dark magic is its own thing.
It's such a weird way to. Anyway, sorry.
And I love how OP it is, but going on to Lysithia's character, like I love just how much she ties in with an underlying thing about Three Houses and those who slither in the dark. Like, because like aside from Edelgard and I think Yuritsa, although I think I was proven wrong about Yuritsa, like she like is as involved with those who slither in the dark as Edelgard. Like she was experimented on. Like she's another victim of the two crests. And well, honestly, like I like her closed. Her like she's another really closed off character, but also like tries her best to look mature, like seem mature, but comes off as super childish, which is amazing.
I mean, it's because of this whole idea that's basically very childish in itself. Like wanting to grow up faster is definitely something that only a child would think. But in her case, it's somewhat justified because she doesn't have a lot of time, right? And it's when you discover that depth that it makes more sense that you're more empathetic towards her in the first place.
One thing I love about Latifia, and this is something that you never get to see except for the Cyril support, a big personality Latifia has, but you never get to see it, is that she's a mother figure based character. she has a mother figure mentality, and you never get to see it because everyone's older than her. The only one who's not older than her is Cyril, and she acts like Mother Goose towards him. She wants to make sure he's all right and he's fine here. She's got a very maternal mentality.
One of the reasons I love that support so much, and it probably implies that she probably had young siblings amongst the victims of like those who slither in the dark, but that's me extrapolating here. But she's so proud in that support with Cyril of being able to make his life better, and I love that.
But I honestly do believe it is a core personality trait of her. She's a very maternal person. You just never get to see it because everyone's older than her.
And that's a pretty fun twist about it. Like, that's a rare thing you don't see in much media in general, is the motherly character that just is younger than everybody.
Yeah. And the one character she's younger than, you get to see it.
Yeah.
Something that sticks out to me about Lysithea is it really makes more sense for her to be in the Black Eagle's house than Golden Deer, because she has that close affinity with Edelgard. She's
And you
so,
can,
like, the one character where it's like, yeah, I could totally see her like turning on Claude going to joining Edelgard because of their shared experiences together.
and is the reason why she's basically the only character you can recruit no matter what in another house, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
She's super easy to recruit in the war phase.
Yeah.
They pretty much tell you recruit Lysithea in Crimson Rose after you fight her. They pretty much want you to do that.
Yeah, because she's gonna be so useful towards endgame. Like, isn't Luna on one of her spell lists?
Yep.
Like, yeah,
Yeah.
she's got Luna, and this game is a game that Luna's is good in, which hasn't been the thing since Fire Emblem 7.
I love the Luna. Oh yeah, the Luna spell in 7. My god, the Bone of Fire Dragons.
Yes,
Oh wow. Yeah.
and then it's back to being that good in Three Houses. The first time it's been that way since, well,
It's
it
not
disappeared
quite as
after.
good. It's not quite as good as it was in 7, but it's very high.
Still,
I love in Three Houses as well. Lysithea, if she shares an enemy with Edelgard, she essentially becomes a more closer advisor for Edelgard than Hubert is.
Mm-hmm.
She literally becomes like Edelgard's like. They literally become sisters.
It's the reason why I like their ending together so much, where it's just like no, they together and like they really do everything they can in order to like cure each other, and it's a very cool bonding like ending. And I high key ship them, but that's me. Again, rare pair stuff, but I really think it's one of their coolest endings, like because in all the other ones, Letitia gets saved by her lover, basically, right? Who devotes their life or part of their life in order to find a cure somehow, and that's cute. That's cute and nice and all, but it's the only one where she's the participant that makes it happen, and I really like it better that way.
I also like that they take down the slivers in their epilogue, and I kind of also wish if they do make a future DLC, can you put an extra add-on to Crimson Flower and have it where we can Edelgard and Lysithea just destroy the slivers? That would be awesome. Thank you.
Honestly, you know what? I said this as like a DLC idea, like going slightly off topic. Each route gets like 5 extra chapters added, like as aftermath chapters.
I don't think there's much to be added for a Golden Deer aftermath or Silver Snow for that
Actually,
matter.
there is. Like, cause here's the thing. Like Claude Claude screws off at the end of Golden Deer and leaves it up to them, leaves up to Byleth to just take care of everything. And there's obviously like because the alliance now is kind of Fodlan itself. Old countries could easily rise up and start trying to rebel immediately. Like, have a bit of a time skip, like a 5-month time skip or something.
Crimson Flower is desperately in need for that conclusion with the slivers.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
especially with Edelgard and Lysakia, because it's like the perfect closure for those two. I know they've got an epilogue for it, but it's their closure essentially together.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, so that's definitely my preferred ending for the both of them, just because of how active they are in like fixing stuff, and I really like that. Yeah. And we mentioned earlier, but Lizithia might just be the strongest mage in all of Fire Emblem as a unit, which is pretty good, we could say. She
No,
gets all of this stuff.
Nino exists. Nino cannot read, and that makes her the best mage.
That's a fair take.
I like it.
Nino, what a cinnamon roll.
Another support that's kind of cute with Lizithia, I suppose, is her support with Ash, where they're both like so easily scared, and they just play off their more childish side together in a fun way, and I kind of enjoyed that support a lot too. But unfortunately for Lizithia, I don't know where worse supports are in her own house, where I don't think her support in Marianne is especially good. It's fine, and
She's just downright mean to Marianne.
Yeah, and she feels bad about it, and you feel bad about it. Kind of it's just like, all right. And yeah, a bit of an unfortunate thing, and I don't particularly like her supports with Enos either. So yeah.
Let's see. Does anyone else have anything mad about Lysithia before we move on to the final character? Alrighty then. Okay, Dorothea, the final character. All right, Marm.
Hey, so Dorothea might be my favorite character in all. She's, I think, the character, the best written one, or at least one of the best written ones. Like, I think it's hard to argue that she wouldn't be. I think every single one of her supports are fantastic. I think design-wise, she's great. I think lore-wise, just having this one commoner, being able to make it in a world that's in a house, but by extension, a world that is so strictly noble focused in the one place that is especially keen about enforcing it, speaks volume about her potential as a person, her talents, her determination, which shines through a lot of these conversations. Just the way she manages to juggle both her hatred of the people around her, but also the necessity of like interacting and being pleasant with them, and then again, being able to differentiate the individual from the system, which she is mostly able to do. The only person she has particular bias against amongst the nobles is Ferdinand at first, because he embodies what she, or at least at the beginning, he embodies what she hates about them in the first place, right? I think all of these speak to an extremely strong character who also gets good dialogue, not just in her supports, but in like overall the when you interact with her, like outside of those during the meals, but also during like in and if you have her on a route where you need to kill Ferdinand, for instance, where she'll like really rag on that, and that's a very memorable bit of dialogue there. Just the way she's at times incredibly harsh and on the nose. Again, with her support with Telta or her support with Sylvain, or at times extremely caring in her support with Manuela, for instance. And at times, just having that mean streak of kind of teasing streak that she has with Edelgard, which I think her B support with Edelgard might be one of my favorites of the entire game, where the one where she sings about her and just embraces her, and having that teasing potential with a lot of characters, I think, is one of the strong points. Overall, I just think she's a fantastic character, and yeah, just the way she, I think in one of her sports, she just mentions I think it's with Bernadetta, where she's got this whole sisterhood going with many other supports. Uh, very very full of solidarity, and she's like, "Oh, don't worry about me. Like, even if I were to become a target, like because I got close to you, if it's worth it, don't worry. The guy is probably going to like leave with a broken arm or something. I've gone through this, and she's gone through this, and that's the cool thing about it is that she's got like a breadth of experience that the rest of the cast can't even begin imagining having because she came from so far. Anyways, that's my take on Dorothea. I love her. She's the best Fire Emblem Three Houses character.
I'll start next then. Um, I honestly believe Dorothea may be the best representation of LGBT representation in all of Fire Emblem. I like her character, personality. I like how subtle she is. I like how it's not a defining personality trait that she's bi, but she obviously comes off as bi, especially when she speaks to Ingrid and Edelgard, where she does hit on both of them. But she doesn't do it in a way where it's the defining part of their supports. They're just subtle kind of hitting on. And I like how as well that one of her dislikes is herself because she worries that the only thing that she really cares about is her. She thinks that people only really care about is her appearance, and when she gets older, that's just gonna fade away. And it's a genuine fear, and I think it's a fear that a lot of people may relate to in real life.
It's a very grounded insecurity. Yeah.
I think
she's not the only character that hates herself, right? The other one.
And my fear with Dorothea, the first time I saw Dorothea, and when I saw her figure, I honestly thought she's going to be the Faja or Camilla of this game. She's going to be obsessive over the avatar. She's going to use her body all the time, and she's just going to be creepy like that. And I am so happy I was proven wrong.
Yeah. Another thing I like, and this is the shipper part of myself, again, that's going to show up just a bit, but I just like how the final character to stand beside Edelgard when you fight her is Dorothea in the castle proper. She's the final ally she's got left.
Well, actually, it's both Petra and Dorothea. Actually,
yeah, it is. Yeah. It is also Petra. That is correct.
It's the equivalent to Sylvain and Mercedes and Dedue.
No, wait, you fight Petra on the she's on the bottom right corner of the map with Hubert.
On Gronder?
No, that.
No.
You go.
In Golden Deer, she's fought twice. Once in Gronder and once in the final Empire map before you go kill those.
Right. You're correct.
Yeah, she's in the castle with Dorothea.
Yeah, but you fight her. But yeah, Petra's the only one of the few characters post time skip that you fight twice.
Yeah, and she's terrifying. She's got 50 speed.
Yes, and that's on hard mode.
The only three other characters that you fight twice, other than Petra. No, the only two characters you fight twice, other than Petra, is Hubert and Hilda.
You can fight.
When do you fight Hilda twice?
You fight Hilda in Gronderfield. Wait, no, you don't fight her twice. Sorry, that's a technicality.
Yeah.
You fight her in Gronderfield, and she's an ally. Whoops, I take that back. It's only Hubert.
No. No. There's also Catherine. You also fight Catherine twice if you do the parallel on the other end.
I was only talking about the students. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
Also, I just want to point out that you know how we talked about how on Gronder she has in both Gronder and her final battle, she has 50 speed. Maddening, she has 57. Then her final confrontation is 65 speed.
What the hell?
Maddening, go home. You're drunk.
Yes, that's all I wanted to point out. Sorry.
By the way, I know some of you have seen this, but I copy-pasted the quote about Ferdinand.
Yeah.
That line just, oh man. That's another aspect of Dorothea I really appreciate is she really hit through her, we kind of see just how hard the war hits everyone. That is one of the cool things about Three Houses that you have the Academy phase, which just kind of is lighter in tone, even though it has its darker moments, and then you have the war phase where it's like, okay, now you have to kill your former classmates, and that line in particular, we killed Ferdy, Professor. He was our friend. Like, considering how she treated him, that line says a lot about how she views him, and
Did
it
she say
really
that after the fight, or after the chapter, or did she say it after she killed Ferdinand?
It's on the chapter after after he dies. So it's after taking the bridge, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah,
That's bad.
all the same though, it really just brings home the development of their relationship and just how messed up the entire premise is when you start to think about it. Oh, we're gonna be classmates. We're gonna have fun together, and now it's time to kill each other.
Yeah, I love all the quotes, and I love all nerds, all super deep, and then you've got Mercedes to end it, and she's like, "I baked cookies. Can you join my son now?" Um, what I
Yeah,
love
she's
about
got.
what I love about Dorothea as well is that some of the best supports are with the pretty kind of boys in Free Houses. So yeah, Ferdinand, but her supports with Lorenz and Sylvain are just brilliant as well, just for how savage she is to both of them.
Yeah, that is kind of cool, and I think that's part of her appeal. Is she can really sass someone or just mouth off, and again, it's also kind of refreshing in Dorothea's case because Boglin we see as a very classist society. It's like, okay, if you're a noble, then you can expect to be treated X, Y, and Z, and Dorothea's just like, nah, let me just go to town on you.
One of the Casper support as well, where she's like, what was it? Where she like she mocks him and like does the whole big bro thing, and it like makes him super awkward. I love it.
One of my like one of my favorite supports in general, like it's almost as on par as like this guy's other best support, Sylvain. Like I love her interaction with Sylvain so much. It's
Oh
like
gosh.
Yeah.
they both use people. They both like to use people, and they're both like, hey, let's just agree to keep this casual. It's like, yeah.
I like how Dorothea just instantly calls Sylvain as a sexist.
Yep, and he doesn't even deny it either.
I know.
But
It's so good.
Speaking of, I think Sylvain may be the character that has more supports than Dorothea.
Sorry.
And
what did you say?
I think Sylvain may be the only character that has more support options than Dorothea.
Yeah, Sylvain is second, only behind Byleth.
Yeah, so it's like Byleth, and then Sylvain has 17, and then Dorothea has 15. It's clear favoritism. Hmm?
It's base supports with Sylvain. He doesn't have many A supports.
True.
So
But yeah, you can tell
Dorothea's
there's some favoritism from the writers, I think, that you can definitely see in some of these characters. And I think Sylvain and Dorothea benefit from a lot of it.
I mean, they were just trying to do a Sylvain where he'll speak to as many women as possible. But with Dorothea, maybe, who knows if there's favoritism or not. She's just a really interesting character.
Yeah.
All right.
And I haven't even touched on the whole like opera thing or how it relates to her basis of like being or her origins in the street and how she was picked up and how it's influenced at least two characters backstory and Ferdinand and Yuri who like idolized her in a way and just great all around great.
All right. Does anyone have anything else to add about Dorothea? Guy, what do you think?
You guys covered it pretty well. I love Dorothea.
Okay. Well, that's all the characters. It took us approximately 10 hours between two different podcasts to do it, but we did it. We talked about the cast. Great
We're
job,
pa-
everyone.
We're so passionate about these characters, but it's all good.
It's hard not to be, I think.
And I wish it was Arcanea. We could just go from one character. Yeah, he exists. Next.
Yeah.
Someone that loves Arcanea games, I'll admit.
I mean, there's a
I
few
wish I
characters
could
that
argue with that.
There's some good Arcanea characters, but then you've got characters like I'm trying to think of a nameless character in
Like
the game.
Tomas.
Roger.
All the fodder, right?
Jake.
All of the fodder that they give you just in order to give you characters that, in case you just lost your cast, basically is just there. Yeah.
I think
They have
in
names.
conclusion, what I want to say about Free Houses and why we're so passionate for it, and this is something I personally feel. So I'm not even really speaking for myself here. I like Free Houses cast the same way why I like Echoes, Awakening, and Sacred Stones cast and Genealogies cast. They do it in a way where you've got a small, tight group of characters, so you relate to them all. You get attached to them much easier than a cast with 70 that you get straight away. That's why I liked the Free Houses cast more than other games, is because the smaller the cast, the more I can relate to everyone.
Yeah.
And this explicitly the reason they went for more characters too, right? Because at first they did mention in one interview, I think, where at first there were supposed to be more characters recruitable in the war phase, and they scrapped that idea because they wanted to focus on the school phase, basically.
It makes Iron Man's pretty much impossible for Free Houses though.
I'm gonna still try. Just you watch.
I'm eager to watch that. I'm eager to watch that.
I've still got 9 more games till there, though.
Just make sure that you allow the divine pulse.
I'm doing hard mode, but no divine pulse.
Okay,
No
good.
divine
I was gonna
pulse.
say, please don't do
Well,
maddening. Please don't do
No,
maddening.
here's the thing: maddening is just pure bullshit. But
I'm pretty sure maddening would be straight up impossible. There's just
it is.
Everybody hates maddening.
Oh yeah, even I'm gonna say that.
All my
maddening
homies
is
hate
Free
maddening.
Houses.
My homies hate. True. We all hate maddening here.
like
But
I'm
Maddening
around
lives
this
up to
I
its
think
name.
maddening.
Maddening lives up to its name. They did warn us.
they did. I'm on Gundersfield, I think, with my maddening run, and it's
Do you hate your life?
Classic.
Yeah.
New game.
Yeah, it's a fully new game because I'm aiming for the special screen, right? Which is just like a yellow tone over the screen. It's not worth it.
I went even more insane, and I deliberately made sure that I only used the Blue Lion students and Violet.
Oh my god.
And I
Why?
still did it. It was painful. It was really fucking painful, but I did it.
All right, so thank you all very much for this. This was very enjoyable, gushing about the best written cast in the series.
Yeah. At least until an FE4 remake comes along, like, I'm just gonna say that they better do them justice.
Otherwise, we will storm Incest, and yeah, it's not going to turn out so well for them.
The best Fire Emblem cast will come to the day when we get Shanty Pete as a main character.
All right. Well, in that case, it's been fun, but I think we should probably end it here.
Yeah, it was great. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, I've appreciated it. It's been fun.
And thanks for hosting us, Guy.
Thank you for giving me the honor, and thank you guys for coming out again. We're still doing a part 3 on the gameplay for this, aren't we?
Yep.
Yeah, the gameplay slash
Story.
plot. Oh boy.
I feel like that one's gonna go much quicker. I'm not gonna lie.
The game is a lot about the character. We've discussed all of them.
Yeah. At the very least, the gameplay. If you guys want to do one for plot, I'm down. But at least we'll just do a part 3 for gameplay. Oh boy. More talking about Three Houses. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm down.
I'm down for it.
Definitely for it.
All right. Well, until then,
That's a wrap.
see you later, everyone.
Later.